Hello and welcome to this, our 180th live stream. Quirky Square Dancing Publishing. Well, we have been off to a rough start today. Uh, if some of you didn't know, we had a issue with our firewall this week, which led to all our websites going down. And it also led to our connectivity being not so good. So we really, really want to thank our Patreon supporters that helped fund the repairs. I think that's one of the things that that's really sort of shocked me about having a YouTube channel is how often this equipment breaks. So we did get the firewall repaired. It took all week to rebuild the firewall, and we got it up this morning. So we're still working out a few kinks here and there, but wow, it's been a week. It's been a week. So it's great to join you guys tonight. We want to remind everybody that if you want to join us for our Egypt in the Bible tour, please sign up. The link's in the description. We've also got some other projects on the way too, which we hope to let you know about fairly soon. And with that said, let's start getting into the questions. Again, the rules are the same as always. Super chats have priority. No surprise there. If you put in a non-super chat, which we do take, put a Q and colon in front of your question so we know it's directed to us. No Q, no colon, it doesn't exist. So that Q and colon is real important. We also want to remind you that only post a non-super chat once. If you post a non-super chat more than once, it'll be disqualified for the night because we don't want to encourage question spamming. Also, if you quote a verse from the Bible, please give us some context. So that would be what book it's from, the chapter, and the verse. We need that to save some time here. Okay? We also ask that if you sponsor a question, that you copy the question into the super chat so that, again, we don't have to go hunting for it. And finally, only one question per super chat, please. This idea of cramming 10 questions into a super chat isn't feasible. Okay, so if you do cram more than one in, we're going to reserve the right to limit it to one. All right. So, with that said, let's get into the questions. All right, and our first question of the night here is from Mobius. And he says, you seem to allude that Moses was 59 years old at the time of the Exodus. Are you going with realistic ages in your upcoming Exodus book? Yeah, we're gonna try to separate what are religious or idealized numbers versus what would be more realistic ages. So we will talk about both. We'll talk about both, but we are going to make that separation between what's realistic versus what is actual, what is a more idealized or religiously significant number, because both are used. Both are used. And it's not just in the Bible that this is used. It's also used in the ancient world. Like, for example, sages in ancient Egypt were said to be 110 years old. Now, did sages in Egypt live to 110? No, probably not. But it's a canonical number. It's a number that shows that somebody had achieved a certain level of wisdom. So we have to be careful not to confuse some of those ancient conventions of, say, status and wisdom for real chronological ages. So in the book, we are actually going to talk about both, and we are also going to spell out here what's probably the case in terms of, say, what we as Westerners would accept as how old somebody lived. Okay? So, hope that helped. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. The second non-super chat here is from Vish. Are angels more like natural forces, animalistic instinct-based, or hyper-rational creatures? A bit of all that, actually. They're both like, they've been compared to wild forces of nature. They're very much animalistic in some of the ways they behave. They're also hyper rational too, which means that they are very sentient. They're very the idea of being animalistic and instinct based is not mutually exclusive to being hyper rational either. You could be hyper rational in a very animalistic way. So the two are not mutually exclusive. So angels are kind of a bit of all of that. So I'd say they're probably less natural forces, but they are very much like they can't be tamed. You can't tame an angel. They do have free will. And they'll assert that free will. But they were only given... Yeah. As my producer said, though, they're only given one chance to rebel. Now, they will exercise that free will, say, within their purview. Like, if God sends them on a mission, you're not going to dissuade them from the mission. They're going to be absolutely focused on that. And there's nothing that you can do to dissuade them. So they will react on what they've been told to do. So Mon says, Maimonides said angels have no free will. Oh, they have free will. Yeah. But their free will's not it's not like our free will. Their free will is more along the lines of they get to choose and then exercise that free will within that choice. Okay? Think of it like this. You can choose between two cruise ships. You can choose between two cruise ships. Once you make that choice, or a cruise ship and an airplane, okay? But once you board that plane or that boat, your free will is now limited to that plane or that boat. So the angels have that kind of free will, where they can choose what vehicle they're on. But once they're on that vehicle, they're committed to that vehicle. They're not leaving the boat, and they're not leaving the plane. Okay? So it's that kind of free will. And in all kinds of free will, that's the sort of free will we have anyway. One of the things that people say, well, don't humans have unlimited free will? Well, no, we don't. We're stuck on planet Earth. Okay? We're not going to be just jumping up into outer space because of our free will. We have freedom within our confines. And all free will is like that. All free will is strictly within that confines. Andy Gone Wild says, angels don't have free will to rebel from God at this point. Yeah, probably true. But that's because the election was already made. They'd already made their choice. And once they made their choice, they don't have that sense of absolute free will. Now they have free will within that choice, just like we all do. So we have free will within our choice. And they have free will within their choice. So, in the case of, say the fallen angels, they got to choose once. And once they chose, they have their free will within that choice. So, it's kind of like this. All our previous choices affect our future choices. So, if we make a bad choice, our future choices can be limited by our past choices. Like, for example, if I decide to go out and rob a liquor store, that could impact my future choices. Like, I could be arrested. I could go to jail where my freedom is limited. Now, I still exercise a certain freedom in prison, but my freedom is now much more limited because of my past choices. So there's a limit to their freedom, just like there's a limit to everyone's freedom. But they do have a kind of freedom, and they have a kind of free will. And once they made that initial choice, their freedom is now restricted to within the confines of their choices. Just like all of us. Harry Stark, you'll get thrown in prison. Yeah, at least if the justice system's working. Bonbon asks, can angels who are imperfect get saved after they've made a bad choice and mistakes? No, because one of the things that angels are working on that we aren't is perfect knowledge. Perfect knowledge, and they're not deceived. See, one of the problems with being human is we're not working on perfect knowledge, and we can be deceived. And because we can be deceived, and our ancestors were deceived, we're given grace. Now, this is one of the distinctions here is that angels don't get grace because they're not deceived. Their knowledge about God is in a sense unvarnished. There's no veil there separating them from God as far as their knowledge goes. So they know who God is. They have all the knowledge they need to make really good decisions. You know, it's us who are kind of blind to everything that we need help. You know, Eve was deceived. That's why we get grace, is because our federative ancestors, they were deceived. And we're deceived. And we can't see things perfectly. PC, we're dummies. Yeah, we're dummies. It's exactly it. That's a eloquent way of putting it, but yeah. So, an angel can't be saved because there was no deception. They knew exactly what they were getting into. They knew exactly what the consequences were. There's no sort of, oh, gosh, I made a mistake. Ah, shucks, I didn't know what the consequences would be. No, it's none of that. Not with an angel. They know exactly what the consequences are going to be. And they know exactly what they're rebelling against. So there's no excuse for them. Dossman. No, I'm an idiot. Yeah, well. Okay, so I hope that explains that. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. And we'll take a third non-super chat here. Now, did you see one that was you liked? Yeah, because I didn't prepare 3 ahead of time because I got really sidetracked by technical issues today. Is the duat a what? Okay. We could do a 6-pointed start. Too much choice. All right, I'll just take this one here. From 6 SKS. Is the duat a temporary place or an eternal place for the Ka and the Ba? In Egyptian mythology, the duat is the abode of the dead. It's an eternal place. It mirrors the living world. Okay? So while there's 12 hours of day, there's 12 hours of the duat. Okay? So there's 12 hours of the living, or 12 sections of the living, and 12 sections of the underworld. Okay? So, it's an eternal place. The Ka and the Ba, should they survive the terrors of the Duat, which are horrible, and you make it through the Duat, you would spend the rest of your existence in the fields of Osiris, which is in the final sections of the Duat. So if you make it past the judgment, weighing of the heart, and make it past Osiris's judgment, you get to work the fields of Osiris in the Duat for all of eternity. Fun. We all want to be farmers. Okay? So with that said, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, farmer life, yeah. Yeah, that was the ideal for the Egyptians. Everyone became a farmer in the afterlife except the king. Dark Blade. Osiris's farm better be OSHA compliant. I don't think it is. He doesn't even feed his workers. I mean, basically you're harvesting all this wheat and barley for Osiris, and he doesn't give you any of it. You still got to be fed by your relatives back on Earth. He's a stingy farmer. Very, very stingy. No feasting on Osiris's farm. Bonbon asks, what did the king do again in the afterlife? He was a scribe. He served as a scribe aboard the bark of Re. That's what the king did. Now, he didn't have to do any farming. He could just go on an ocean cruise forever, being a scribe to Re. Egyptian afterlife sucks. It really sucks. Okay. Next super chat here. We're going to start taking the super chats now. And the first one here is from Jack Ray, who gifted 10 Egypt and the Bible memberships, like within minutes of the thumbnail going up. I just was amazed. Like, I put it up and he was already putting up free memberships, and then like minutes later they were all gone. I mean, it was just like, wow. People were lurking already. This was already on Monday that they did this. It was just like, whoa. So thanks, Jack. We really appreciate your support of the channel. Next super chat here is from BC, and it's a 2-part super chat. And thank you very much for the super chat. He says, wouldn't literists love to assert the Old Testament can be read plainly and simply? What are some awkward facts that shows this isn't the case? And that's coupled with, I want to be able to give an example or two that will help them out of their overconfident positioning so that they will consider other options. Okay. Well, some of this is going to boil down to things such as cultural context. There's just some things that just can't be read plainly because we don't have the context in our modern day. So, you know, I've heard some literalists try to say things such as, say God repents, that he can actually change his mind. Well, there's a lot of theological baggage to the whole God repenting thing. So it's something you just can't read plainly or literally. You'll also see them often when they do this base it on translation, not on the original Hebrew or Greek. So you'll sometimes see them say, oh, well, the sea is the Red Sea, so it's the Gulf of Aqaba. You see? Red Sea. Or when Apostle Paul talks about Sinai being in Arabia, without understanding the context of Arabia during the Roman period, which was from Egypt all the way to Midian. So there's a lot of examples of this. Dark Blade says, One example of this is the account of Joseph being sold, which mentions Ishmaelites as their own ethnic cultural identity within 3 generations of their progenitor being born. Yeah, that's an issue. That's an issue. So, there's a whole lot of these that come into play. Trying to name them on the fly is another matter, but there's a lot of them. And like another one here is like when it talks about Tubal Cain. Uh, Tubal Cain being the crafters of iron and bronze. Well, pre-flood Tubal Cain was long before the Iron Age. What it's doing there is retrojection. And there's a lot of retrojections in Genesis. You can't have a plain reading of a retrojection. You always have to take that in the context of its authorship. And we got a lot of these. Like, for example, Joseph, talks about his encounters with Pharaoh. Well, Pharaoh wasn't a title during the time of Joseph. It wouldn't have been a title until the time of Tutmosis III. That's a retrojection that is specific to the time that Genesis was put to pen. So, a plain, simple reading isn't going to help you out here. And I think even a plain, simple reading isn't even a correct way of saying this. It's a naive reading. And I think that's probably a better way of terming it. This is a naive reading. Anytime you start reading a text and you think you run across a historical reference and you then say, oh, well, that had to date at the time of the characters in the narrative, you're exercising a naive reading because you're not consulting what the author's knowledge is at the time. Because the author of the text is going to have a different perspective than the characters that are being portrayed in that narrative. Joseph would not have called the king Pharaoh. It wasn't a title during the Second Intermediate Period. So, that is definitely retrojection. When Genesis, I think it's 47, talks about Goshen being the land of Ramses. Well, the land of Ramses wasn't called the land of Ramses at the time of Joseph. It was called the time of Ramses, however, at the time of Moses. So, it's just one of those things that you just aren't going to, you have to keep in mind what's the context of the author, as well as the context of, say, the characters in the narrative. And this is where naive readings break down. They only concern the narrative, not the context that went into the narrative. Yeah. Yeah, we already brought that up. Okay. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But again, you have to consider context. Context is king. It'll always be king. And this is the problem with naive readings. Okay, the next one here is TBD for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What is an archangel? Well, that one's interesting. Because it comes from the words meaning high angel. Now, we don't exactly know what kind of spirit critter an archangel is. Is it a cherubim? Is it a seraphim? Is it some other species of angel? Spirit critter? We don't know. Okay? We know that it's a higher ranking and spirit critter than other spirit critters. Okay? But we don't know exactly what kind of species a archangel actually is. So, yeah, Jonathan Walker says arch can also mean chief. Yeah, it's your high angels essentially. Were these throne cherubim? Possible. You know, the throne cherubim would have been higher in rank than, say, other cherubim. But we're not exactly sure what exactly, how exactly they are ontologically the same or different than other spirit critters. So we know it's a high ranking spirit critter, and that's about all we know.
Base type of good modern
Gaius Octavius, from what we know of Saint Michael, it's only the most based type of angel, yeah. Yep. Okay. So, move on here. Next one here is from someone spammed a question. Yeah, we're gonna disqualify it. Yeah.
But he did it again.
Yeah. Spam questions are disqualified if you didn't hear the rules before. Okay. Next one here is from TBD for $10. Thank you for the super chat. I have to teach everything from the birth of Moses to the crossing of the sea in one lesson for first and second graders. What should I make sure not to blow past too quickly? Okay. Here's what I would say. Essentially, you're going to have to cover... you are going to have to cover the birth narrative of Moses. Okay? The reed basket, you're going to have to include that. Make sure to not go overboard on this. You know, basically, he was put in a reed basket. He was set among the reeds. There's a rhyme there, okay? Okay. He's put in a reed basket, a soof basket, and set among the soofs, the reeds. Okay? This is important because later on, when they cross the Reed Sea, they're passing through the reeds. The birth narrative anticipates the crossing of the Reed Sea. So that's why it's important to the narrative. Okay? So, that's going to be the first thing you're going to need to cover, is the birth narrative of Moses. You're going to have to cover a little bit about his time in Midian and the burning bush. You don't have to cover too much on that. Then his return to Egypt, the 10 plagues. And then you're going to have to cover the escape. And this is where using a good map would come in. You know, if you use the map, my book, you could show them, hey, you know, show them how they exit out the Wadi Tumalot and then down the southern Plusiak estuary to the Reed Sea. Okay? And if you cover those 4 points, you should basically be able to cover that all in one lesson. You're not going to be able to cover this in much detail. Also give them a little hot context, too. Let them know who the king was. Let them know it was Ramses II. Okay? Because, you know, people go out, leave Sunday school, and they don't know who the Pharaoh of the Exodus was, when it's very easy to nail down. So, with that said, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But you should be able to cover that in about 4 bullet points. And again, the birth narrative among the reeds, because the reeds are important. His time as a shepherd in Midian, the burning bush, the plagues, and the Exodus, and you should have, and the parting of this Reed Sea. You should have it all covered by that. And just make sure they talk about, just let them know who was the king of the Exodus at the time. Okay. Dark Blade. Have them also draw Moses' name in Egyptian hieroglyphs. And then give him a pop quiz. We'll never forget that. Pop quiz. I did that to an adult Sunday school class once. Oh, oh yeah, I did that too in adult Sunday school class once. Pop quiz.
They freaked.
Oh, they freaked. They flipped out.
CEOs,
They
vice presidents, people who had Carson students.
adult Sunday school class. I said, okay, pop quiz. Write out the 10 Commandments. The highest score we got was 3. 3 out of 10. Oh, 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 ouch. Oh yeah, that was a come to Jesus moment for that Sunday school class. And I said, okay, we're gonna do the same thing next week. You know what? They did a lot better next week.
No, they did not have to be.
No, we didn't actually require them to be in order. Just listed. Just 10. So we weren't even grading them in order. Just
Do you know?
do you know the 10? Oh yeah. So good times. Francis Dove says, dang, even my Catholic grade school taught us that.
Catholicism is very good about those things.
Yeah, I will say this: Catholicism is very good about catechizing its people.
The problem is it makes
Yeah, but yeah, this Lutheran adult Sunday school class didn't do so well here. Okay, so so that's what I would do to teach Birth of Moses to the Crossing of the Sea in one lesson. I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries. Thank you for the super chat. How should we apply be fruitful and multiply today? It's one of those things that's more along the lines of a general principle more than its original literal contextual meaning. Because the whole passage is be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. Basically, it was a command to mankind to, go out there and spread your offspring and subdue the earth. The earth was intended to be a garden. It was intended to be the garden of God. And it was the job of mankind to subdue the earth and make it into a garden. So that whole command to be fruitful and multiply and memshalet, subdue the earth, was to make it God's garden. Now, Emily Tedescu, Eden-fy the wilderness. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Eden-fy the... Oopsie. What's that? Eden-fy the wilderness is exactly what it was. Yeah. So, the be fruitful and multiply is in that context. What it doesn't mean is that you keep breeding children out of control. That's one thing it doesn't mean. Okay? And I have here heard it used as a pretense for not using birth control or just keep producing children. It doesn't mean that. Now, today, you could still do this without having to resort to breeding your own clan, okay? Which is, do something productive with your life, okay? Do something productive with your life. I know that's a terrible thing to tell people these days, but a lot of people don't do productive things with their lives. So, so then, that's how we would phrase this today is if we were to apply this today, it's just do something productive with your life for the glory of God. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Emily Tedescu says, fill the earth with the knowledge of God. Yeah. Bring God's kingdom to earth. And you can do this many ways. You can do this many ways. You don't have to have lots of Christian children. That doesn't hurt. You can do it that way. But you can do it also other ways, by teaching other people the faith, by participating in the arts, you know, bring beauty and God's creation into the arts. It's a great way of doing it. There's a lot of ways to do it. Make beautiful music. Another way to do it. So there's a lot of ways you can do this.
And David just asked, what if I'm just
What?
that to the glory of God and
Diego Cervantes. What if I'm just a low IQ laborer? So what? Here's the thing, you know. It was Martin Luther who said, picking up straw in faith is God's work. Okay? It's not the kind of labor. It's how you're doing your labor. If you're a bricklayer, do beautiful brickwork. If you're a guy who does concrete, oh my gosh, you could do all sorts of neat stuff with concrete. You know, there's things you can do here that, you know, it's not just, I mean, everything you do, do it unto the Lord. You know, whether you eat, whether you drink, whether you lay plaster, whether you build houses, do it unto the Lord.
If you work with your hands, there,
look, a well.
and there are people around you who are.
Yeah. Oh, look, I'll even say this: a laborer who digs a ditch for the glory of God prevents people from getting sick, prevents houses from flooding. A guy who picks up trash for the glory of God is doing sanitation, is doing things that bring glory to the created order, that edify the neighborhood. So BC, if you're a guy who does concrete, cuss a little less. Yeah, that could help.
But not really. Be kind. Open to who.
Yeah. Moise Salazar says, so I'm a low IQ laborer. That doesn't make you less of an image of God at all. No, it doesn't. No, so you can do all of that for the glory of God. It's not a matter of what you do. It's who are you doing it for? If you do it for the glory of God, you are imaging God. So that's... And Japonis Conrafe says, Luther also said there's more honor in changing diapers than in being a cardinal. So yeah, there is no effort without honor. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah. If you're doing it for the glory of God, yeah. Do that labor, whatever that labor is, for the glory of God. Whether you clean out horse stalls, whether you dig ditches, whether you paint works of fine art, whether you do novels, doesn't matter what you do. If it's done for the glory of God, it's for his glory. Okay. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. Any issues with the verbiage of the Nicene Creed? Okay, I have only 2 issues with the Nicene Creed. One's a translational issue. The other is a contextual issue. The wording of the Nicene Creed, I don't actually have a problem with itself, but it was sort of what was meant by the Nicene Creed sometimes. There's 2 versions of the Nicene Creed that float around. There's a Greek version and the Latin version. Okay? I have less problem with the Greek version. There's one place where it says he descended into Hades in the Greek, but Inferno in the Latin. Now, I take exception with the Latin version of this. He did not go into Inferno. Inferno is Latin for hell. Okay, so I would have a problem with that. The other problem I would have is the whole proceeding. Like, for example, it says the Son proceeds from the Father. That's eternal generation language. And maybe it wasn't the Apostles' Creed, but there's one where it says he proceeds from the Father. And that proceeding, I can understand that as being sent, but I also know that the original guys at Nicaea meant that as in the doctrine of eternal generation, where the essence of the Son was budded off from the essence of the Father. So I have some issues with that. But I can accept that proceeding as in being sent, apostolos. But I know that's not what the original bishops at Nicaea meant. So that would be my only major issue with the Nicene Creed, is that whole proceeding language. But again, I can look at that and say, okay, that could mean something else. But I also, as I said, I know what the original bishops meant, and I would have a problem with that. But then again, too, I also know that most of the bishops at Nicaea were semi-Arians too, whereas I'm a full-on Athanasian Trinitarian. So that would be my only real issue with the creeds. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next one here from AT Ministers from 199. Thoughts on Dr. Sijuade's model of the Trinity. Oh boy. Okay. His paper's long, complicated, and not particularly clearly written. I mean, when I looked at the guy's paper, I mean, it was 49 pages long. 49 pages for a peer review article. Yeah, he had paragraphs that were over a page long. And I mean, I'm not talking about pages that were like a small paragraph and a bunch of footnotes. No. The whole paragraph was like a page and a half long. Someone really needs to learn about paragraph breaks. Okay. Now, what is his model of the Trinity? His model of the Trinity is called aspectual monarchianism. Okay? And what the idea is it's kind of taking a page out of monarchianism. Now, in monarchial Trinitarianism, you have three persons that assume an order of rank within the Trinity. Okay? Now, what he wants to say is that only the Father is God in the universal absolute sense. Christ is an aspect of God, of the divine. The Holy Spirit is an aspect of the divine. But there is only one God, the Father. Okay? Now, my initial thoughts on this is that it's modalism light. It's modalism light. That's what that would be my assessment of this. This is God switching hats. Various aspects where Christ is divine, the Spirit is divine, Christ is not the Father, Spirit's not the Father, but there's only one God, the Father. So yeah, it really does smack of modalism. So I don't have a from he might be having some nuance here that I didn't see reading that 49-page paper, but I was not particularly taken by what he said. As I said, it looked like modalism light. Bonmont says, isn't aspect just modalist heresy? Yeah, I think it is. Blade. That's modalism watered down, Patrick. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is. All right, and he adds, AT adds, next super chat. If the Father alone is God and the Spirit and Son are just divine but not fundamentally God, why do Paul and Peter call Jesus God in their epistles? Because Sijuade's modalist? I mean, what can you say? Yeah, I think he's not only he's wrong, he's a modalist. So, yeah, I think this is one of those places where scripture would definitely contradict the guy. So, I don't think he solves the problem he's trying to solve, which is a logical problem of how the three can be one. And I think that's the problem he's trying to solve here. But I don't think this is a good solution. This is a terrible solution. I really think he sort of misses the he makes a category error. I think he makes a category error, which is he misunderstands that hypostasis and divinity are not one, are two different categories. You know, the three hypostases are the one God. The three persons are the one God. It's not that you have one God and three gods. It's the three persons are the one God. So I think he makes a category error. Okay, next one here. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. You and IP should discuss your model of Athanasian Trinitarianism with his monarchical Trinitarianism in your copious amounts of free time, of course. Oh man, free time? What's that? Oh man, I didn't get any. I mean, it's been such a crazy week as far as what I have to do to keep this channel going. It's just, yeah, I have not had much free time at all. But I mean, as I said, I'm a strong Athanasian Trinitarian. I think the Trinity was always three persons. It never wasn't three persons, even before the creation. So I don't have and to be honest too, you know, you can be a Athanasian Trinitarian and a monarchical Trinitarian at the same time. The two are not mutually exclusive concepts. The difference is his is monarchical aspectual Trinitarianism, and that's the problem. Is that aspectual aspect of his views? What? Sijuades. Yeah, Sijuades is aspectual. I believe IP's a monarchical Trinitarian. And again, there isn't much difference between monarchical Trinitarianism and an Athanasian. But the only sort of difference is monarchical Trinitarianism can be open to the doctrine of eternal generation, where Athanasian Trinitarianism isn't open to it. Okay? So, so that would be the only real difference between, say, so let me try to rephrase this. You can be an Athanasian Trinitarian and a monarchical Trinitarian both at the same time. Okay, that you can be. That's possible. You can be a monarchical Trinitarian and believe in the doctrine of eternal generation or semi-Arianism at the same time. Okay? That's possible too. I don't think it's possible to be a monarchical or a monarchical aspectual Trinitarian and still be a Trinitarian. I think that's sort of a contradiction in terms. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. We'll take that non-super chat here from Darkblade. How intense does a heresy have to be before the heretic is de facto no longer a Christian? This is debated. We don't really know. Are we still getting question spammed? Hey, Anubis. Yeah. And it looks like Orthodox in Life also double posted. So, okay, so we're not sure how intense a heresy has to be, but it has to be a denial. That's one thing about a heresy. So it can't just be sort of an aberration. It has to be a denial. So if it denies that, say, in the case of a Trinity, the Trinity, is Jesus God? It would have to affirm that Jesus is God. It would have to affirm that, or for it to be orthodox, okay, to be Christian, Jesus has to be God, Holy Spirit has to be God, the Father has to be God, and the three persons are the one God. Okay, that's essential Trinitarianism. Okay, if you deny that Christ is God, come in human flesh, you're not a Christian. This would be a serious issue for the aspectual monarchical Trinitarianism, which is not Trinitarian, it looks like. Okay? So, how intense does a heresy have to be? It's where you're denying the nature of God, nature of salvation, perhaps even distorting the position of humanity. Okay? So, you can, the question of is this how bad a heresy has to be will come down to, does this affect salvation? If it affects salvation, if it's a teaching that leads others astray, then that's really sort of where the line in the sand is. Okay? That's, if it denies one of the essentials of the faith, that's where the line in the sand is. Okay? And if you cross that line, then you are no longer Christian. You're something else. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much, or the question, follow-up question. Very much appreciated. Yeah. Jonathan Walker says, sadly, flat Earth, fake moon landing, and others aren't heresies. No, they're not heresies. They're just mistakes. They're being wrong. You can be wrong and not a heretic, but you can't be a heretic without being wrong.
It's denying who God is, which is
Yeah. It's denying who God is and how God has revealed himself. Bon, stupidity is not a heresy. No, stupidity is not a heresy. Arianism is a heresy.
that person. The earth isn't flat.
Okay. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you so much for the super chat. What is your take on why men dominate religious circles, theological discussions online, but make up less of in-person church gatherings? Okay, several reasons for this. Some of this is demographic. Now, in the case of online social media stuff, the average age of people participating in online social media tends to be under the age of 40. Okay? And is largely dominated by people in their 20s and 30s. Okay? So what happens is men tend to gravitate towards, say, religion at a younger age than women. So that's one thing right there. So in online, because your demographics are so high with young men and young women, the young men tend to gravitate more towards, say, religious topics than do the young women. Now, in older generations, which tend to make the bulk of in-person church gatherings, we got to understand that there's not a huge overlap between those who participate online and those who actually go to church. And studies have shown this, which I think is one of the crying shames of all this. This is one of the reasons why when I go to church, I mark it on my Discord server. Is to show people that, hey, I'm actually at church. Okay? A lot of people who are on online theological discussions don't actually go to church. They participate in online discussions and consider that church. It's not church. So there's not a huge overlap between those two demographics. Those who go to church in person tend to be older. Older men tend to be more likely to be disaffected from the church for a variety of reasons. And thus, it's the women who are going to church, the older women who are going to church. So, yeah, that's crazy. It is crazy. So, it's a generational thing. Now, how this is going to work in the future when that older generation dies off and we get the online generation maturing, you know, how is church going to be affected by this is anyone's guess. So there's it's already starting. We're already seeing a lot of churches close. They say I've heard some studies that say in the next 50 years, 90% of churches will have closed. Just because people aren't going. So, you know, there's that going to be that generational difference. There are churches I know right now where the youth group is mostly 50-year-olds. They're not the old timers. They're the youth group. 50 plus. This is very, very common in mainline Protestant denominations right now. Very common. Jack Ray, one thing I've noticed is that church is a far likely place to find a spouse now. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, young women are not going to church. They're not participating in religion at all, which is very scary. Very scary. It's only once they've become married and start having children that they go back. Emily Tedescu said, I just started going to an Anglican church. I'm 45 and I'm definitely the youngest. That doesn't surprise me. It really doesn't surprise me. Yeah, it's just young women aren't going to church. I mean, it used to be that 100 years ago, every young woman went to church. Every young woman did.
And every young man did.
Yeah. Yeah, and every young man did because every young woman did. Okay? That was only 100 years ago that almost every young woman went to church. Regardless of what she did for a living. Okay? Today, the amount of young women that go to church is almost zero. And young men are only doing slightly better. Slightly. Okay? Bon, everyone went to church 100 years ago, laugh out loud. Yeah, they did. They did. And it was part of the social fabric. Today, young women have no interest in religion at all. Some small percentage of young men do, but they don't go to church. And it's only when they start getting married and having families that the woman decides, oh, maybe the church is a good idea after all. Because we have to control our yard apes somehow. Okay? So, but at that point, the men are disaffected and they don't want to go. So, it's a problem and it's a crisis and it's leading to churches being closed and basically the apostasy of the faith. That's where it's going. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's a big problem right now. And it's a demographic and it's a cultural problem. Okay, next super chat here is from 18 Ministries for $1.99. Did Ethiopians speak Greek? By and large, most of them didn't. Most Ethiopians spoke a Hamido-Semitic dialect that was related to Kushite. There were some Ethiopians that spoke Greek. If you were a diplomat, you spoke Greek because that was your language of basically diplomacy. But most Ethiopians, by and large, did not speak Greek. Okay, it was not a language that really penetrated Ethiopia in the way that it had through most of the Hellenistic world. So they're mostly going to be speaking a Hamido-Semitic dialect of probably Kushite, some Kushite-related dialect. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. $18 Ministries from $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Trichinosis is from the Americans, from the Americas. Yeah. The distribution of trichinosis tends to be in two places primarily. There is a lot of it is from the Americas. There's also a patch of it that's found in Southeast Asia. So in some Southeast Asian countries, you do find trichinosis being extant. But it's mostly an America's thing. So this is why people used to have to cook pork till it was like gristle. Yeah. Jack Ray. Those Americans and their trichinosis, yeah. Well, some of this came down to how pigs were raised. You know, people used to feed pigs in open pens. You know, some people still do. Feed them table scraps. The problem here was that the table scraps invited the rats. And the pigs ate the rats. Oh yeah, pigs will eat live rats.
Which is why people like pigs.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why people like pigs. Yeah, pigs ate rats. And the pigs would get the trichinosis from the rats. Oh, rats. Yeah.
Yes, pigs will eat people.
Jack Ray, pigs will eat people. Yes, they will.
That is a truth.
They'll eat anything. There was actually it's actually really interesting some of the dietary things that pigs were in World War II. There was I'd heard this. Don't know if it's true, could be anecdotal. The American government spent a crazy amount of money trying to separate razor blades from kitchen trash. Okay? Because they wanted to feed the kitchen trash to the pigs. But they thought that, hey, the pigs will eat the razor blades and cut themselves and, wound themselves. And then finally, one farmer told them, why are you bothering to separate out the razor blades? And he demonstrated that, you take some kitchen slop, throw in some razor blades, feed to the pigs, and you'll end up with this little pile of razor blades at the bottom of the trough. Their pigs have a tremendous ability to separate out what's edible from what isn't. But they will do all these sorts of things that you wouldn't expect a pig to be able to do. You wouldn't expect a pig to eat a live rat, but they'll happily eat live rats. And that's where they get the trichinosis from. Yeah, it's a wise farmer. Exactly. So, yeah, pigs are smart.
Yeah.
Jeez. Mama says, geez, that is amazing and crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it is. But because they are indiscriminate eaters, they just, Jonathan Walker, pigs aren't picky, just smart on what's food and what's not. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So they would pick the trichinosis up from the rats because the rats would pick it up from other things. And that's how they got it. So as soon as they stopped having raising pigs in open pens, the trichinosis pretty much stopped. Pretty much stopped with that. As soon as the pig's supply of rats were cut off, the trichinosis problem ended. The only way you get trichinosis these days is basically if you're eating some wild game has not been cooked thoroughly. And really carnivores. Carnivores are the big contributor to trichinosis. I believe the last case of trichinosis was in the 1990s, and it was from some guy eating cougar jerky from a roadside vendor. Somehow I think that would have been a bad idea anyway, but it just sounds like a bad idea. Eating cougar jerky from a roadside vendor. I just cannot see that as being a good idea. Yeah, cougar jerky. Roadkill jerky, yeah, pretty much. Well, I mean, if you know how jerky is made, one of the things you really want is a clean meat supply. Okay? Because one of the things is jerky is raw. It's not cooked. It's dehydrated raw meat. That's what jerky is. It's delicious. I love it. It's really tasty, but you have to make sure that meat is very, very clean. Okay? So you're not going to want to take it from an animal where the provenance of it is unknown. So, avoid the cougar jerky. You could do pork jerky today because it's no longer a source of trichinosis. And we made some pork jerky once. It was Kiara's recipe, and it was delicious. Absolutely delicious. So yeah, you can do pork jerky these days, and it is safe. But again, that is because of the way pork is raised these days. Stay away from the cougar. Yeah, they do. Dark Blade says, so someone could make their own jerky by dehydrating some sushi? Yeah. As long as the you have enough salt in there to preserve it, sure. What do you think bonito is? Bonito is salted and dried fish. Yeah, it's uh salted fish is a long provenance, and that's really what sushi jerky would I mean. That'd be sushi jerky is dehydrated fish, salted and dehydrated fish. So
It's advice for young men. To the church and
oh, I'm gonna read that one. BC, tonight's advice for young men: go to church and stay away from cougars. Yes, that's sound advice. Always sound advice. But yeah, salted fish has actually a longer history, a long history. Come to think of it, you can actually get salmon jerky that just to eat. Yeah, Indian smoked salmon is like that. You did have it once because the parents bought some at Granville Island when we went out there. When we were first married, and you got to try it then. Okay. And it was give it up. You're not going to get that question answered. You've repeated it too many times. Okay. Next question here is from 18 Ministries from 199. How do we know Tarshish is Spain and not Tarsus? Okay. Now, there's a... this is one of those questions that scholars are divided on. There are some scholars that think that Tarshish is in Spain. Basically, the city of Tartessos. And there's some that believe it is in Tarsus in Turkey. Okay. Josephus claimed that Tarshish was Tarsus. Now, I tend to hold that Tarshish is in Spain, not in Turkey. And here's the reason. You have to get there by boat. That's sort of the sort of what is the sort of the dividing here. Normally, you didn't have to get to Tarsus by boat. You could, but you didn't have to. You could hike it, especially if you're living in northern Israel like Jonah was. Okay, so you could walk to Tarsus. That was done a lot. You couldn't really walk to Tarshish. It was too difficult to get there. And we know that to get to Tarshish, you really needed to take a boat. So, I'm of the opinion that Tarshish is Tartessos, and that's located in southern Spain by Gibraltar. So, if it requires a boat to get there, it's not Tarsus. It's Tarshish. Or it's Tartessos. So, and Tartessos was a very, very wealthy Phoenician colony. Very wealthy. They had a lot of trade with Africa. So they were able to get all sorts of things that you wouldn't be able to get necessarily in Tarsus. Like, for example, ivory. That's one of the goods that's supposed to come from Tarshish is ivory. You're not getting ivory in Tarsus. You could get ivory from Tartessos, though. So, given that sort of information, I tend to lead more to the idea that it's in Spain than it is in Turkey. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But, yeah. What products do you get from these places? Like, for example, I think it's in Chronicles, where it talks about some of the goods of from the boats of Tarshish being ivory. Yeah, you're not getting ivory from Turkey. There's basically two important sources of ivory in the ancient world. There's elephant ivory and there's hippo ivory. Okay. You can have there was no hippo ivory or elephant ivory in Turkey. Okay. Neither of those animals were endemic to Turkey. Spain, Gibraltar had quite a lot of trade with Africa, and you could get all sorts of ivory from Africa, both kinds. So, okay. So I hope that helps. Thanks for the super chat. Very much appreciated. $18 Ministries for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. Do you enjoy ruining the Bible for people? Not really. He goes on. I'm the actually guy in my circle, and I have to be the bearer of bad news often, telling them that their favorite verse doesn't mean what they think. This is an occupational hazard of knowing a lot about the Bible. Okay? I don't enjoy ruining it for people, and I hope I never do. I hope I never ruin it for people. But I do want people to be mature enough in the faith to learn more about their Bibles. So, I think it's one of those things where you never take pleasure in doing this, okay? But you understand, though, that for people to grow and mature in the faith, they sometimes do have to learn these aspects. Oh yeah, that one. Jonathan Walker, like the "keep God between us" is a death threat, not a kind phrase. Oh yeah, that one's bad. Oh, that one is so bad. Wow. I should turn that into a shirt for ETS. Wear it. It's like, oh, that'll make me popular. Yeah, that's a death threat. I mean, may the Lord between you and I whenever we're apart. Yeah, that's a biblical death threat. So, and most people don't get it. Most people don't get it. Yeah.
And then the
Oh. Oh yeah. Jonathan Walker. It's already on coffee mugs, pillows, and wall decorations, so you'd just be expanding the merch. Yeah, but they don't want to be told it's biblically or what it means, though. That's the problem. Well, the ones that I think is really terrible are the wedding rings. Okay, the ones that say mitzpah. Uh, uh.
being virtual. couple of years later in the divorce.
Or the headstone. Oh my gosh, when I saw the headstone with that. Yeah, the tombstone with that. Whoa. That's like,
Yeah, but that was just.
that was sad because they didn't understand it. Uh, whew. Yeah, so sometimes you just have to tell them. You sometimes just have to tell them. It's just uh sometimes you just have to tell them, and for their own edification. Their own edification. So um uh, and people do like to shoot the messenger. So, you know, I but you educate with gentleness and respect so that they learn. And if they learn and they come into wisdom about the Bible, then you start seeing fruit in their lives. And that's what you're aiming for. You're not aiming to ruin the Bible for people. You're aiming to educate people so they can produce more fruit. That's what the purpose is. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, he says you mentioned Moses would be 55 to 59 during the Exodus. Wouldn't that be 48 to 46 because there's a plus or minus 7-year range in the Exodus? Yeah, yeah. But I was basing that on 1265 being the date of the Exodus, okay? So that's sort of the back of the envelope map. But yeah, if you're talking about the plus or minus 7 range, yeah, 48 to 66 would be probably more accurate. Okay? But I wasn't including the error bars there. So, absolutely, if you include the error bars, yeah, you'd get that. All right? So, thank you very much for super chat. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Since Moses wrote Exodus, why didn't he specify the years of his departure return? Would these parts have been filled out later by another after Moses? If you look at, say, the Exodus account, it just doesn't go into those details. Those details aren't important. So here's one of the things is that a lot of the Exodus is focused on the reception history of the Israelites, which is the Israelites' relationship to their God. So it wasn't meant to focus that much upon the person of Moses. So he's a figure, he's there, he's doing important work, but it's focused on the work, not the biography. Now, if you want to, here's one of the very interesting things that we find with these biographies of the Bronze Age, and this is true of the Bronze Age in general. You don't get ages for people. People don't, like, for example, most of the kings of Egypt, we have no idea how old they were when they took the throne. They never say. They never say, oh, I was 18 when I took the throne. They just never talk about this. It's not important. It's important how long they reigned, how long they were doing certain things, but it seems like in the late Bronze Age, people's biography leading up to the important work, they don't really say that very much. They just don't talk about it. Yeah, Amenhotep II is kind of an exception to this. Yeah, Amenhotep II says he was 18 when he came to the throne. But he's the exception for this. Very, very few kings of Egypt do. Now, we can guesstimate in some cases, like we guesstimate that Ramses II was 18 when he took the throne, but he could have been 17, he could have been 19. We don't know for sure. Seti I, we don't know. Ramses the First. We have no idea how old he was when he took his throne. We presume he was in his 70s. We don't know. He doesn't tell us. You know, we know that Merneptah was an old man that he took his throne, probably in his 60s. But that's because of how long Ramses II reigned, not because Merneptah told us. So it's one of those things that just seems to be part of biography of the Bronze Age. That they don't tell you this stuff. It's just... So this is one of those things that we just have to sort of accept about biography of the Bronze Ages. They're not going to tell you what age they were, how long they were in there doing their previous thing. They're just not going to tell you. They're going to keep it vague. They're going to keep it very vague. So that when he says, okay, 40 years later, that's a vague number. They keep these things vague, and we don't know exactly why they did it, but it's ubiquitous. We find it all across late bronze biographies. So they'll never tell you, oh, like even an example of courtier biographies. Now, courtier biographies are some of the most specific biographies we have of ancient Near Eastern figures. And even they will not say, well, I was 32 when I became vizier. They'll never say that. They might tell you in what regnal year they became vizier. Okay? Like they might tell you, like, in the 5th year of Senwosret III, I became vizier. But they won't tell you what year they were born. So you've got no way of figuring this out. Jimmy the Jew from Philly says, when I build a time machine, I'm going to go back and make sure everyone knows all leaders must tell us your age when you take the throne so people in the future know. Oh, that would have been so convenient. That would have been so helpful in so many ways.
Grossman says, when he does it, get him the list of the king. Thanks.
Jimmy the Jew from Philly says, also get me a list of kings in order, thanks. The one king list, here's one king list I really wish we had, and we don't, which is the king list of Mitanni. Oh, I so wish we had that king list, and we don't have it. We don't have the kings, the names of the kings, we don't have them in order, and we don't have any reign lengths. If we had a king list for Mitanni, that would make my year. That would make my year if someone discovered a king list for Mitanni. Because if we had the king list for Mitanni, that would fill in all sorts of gaps. So yeah, ancient biography was like this. They just didn't think it was important to give you the details. So you just kind of have to live with that, unfortunately. 18 ministries for 199. Did the apostles perform magic besides divination? As far as we can tell, no. They didn't perform... They performed miracles. That seems to be the extent to sort of the things that they did. They did divination once when they picked Matthias as the replacement apostle, but that's about the only time we ever hear of them doing divination. So that's about it. We don't have any information of them doing divination after that. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Bubble machine. What? Yeah. The apostles do divination once. Okay. Now let's define what divination is. It's defining the will of God through a ritual practice. Okay? Divining it, essentially. When the apostles were replacing Judas, they knew they were down an apostle. It was always sort of meant that there was supposed to be 12 apostles. With the death of Judas Iscariot and, Christ being absent, they picked a replacement apostle by drawing lots. And this is a form of divination, a kind of way to discern from the Lord which apostle, who should be the replacement. And the lots fell upon Matthias, and Matthias became the replacement apostle for Judas Iscariot. Okay, and that's the only time we see the apostles doing this. Now, drawing lots was seen as being done in certain cases. Okay. Now we are having a video coming up on this sort of kinds of divination. We're going to be doing a video. It's already been taped. We're just editing it now on the Urim and the Thummim, and it was kind of a form of divination too. So we'll be talking about this more in a future teaching video. So that should be a very interesting video. We're very much looking forward to finishing that one up and getting it out. Because that's this one we're actually really excited about. We are very, very excited about that video. So stay tuned for the Urim and Thummim video, and you'll learn a lot more about divination. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the what here, because we don't understand. A lot of modern people don't understand that in the Old Testament, some forms of divination were done, and we're allowed. We're even allowed. Urim and the Thummim, the fleece. The fleece was a form of divination. You know, you set out a fleece in the evening. Is it dry? Is the fleece dry and the grass wet, or is the fleece wet and the grass dry? Yeah, it was a telling sign. And if you got both signs, that was considered to be, yeah. So, where's it saying? A fleecing people. Jack Ray, fleecing people? Yes, but in a biblically approved way. Okay. There were biblically approved forms of divination prior to the coming of Christ, prior to the resurrection. Okay, the resurrection changed this. Okay, after the resurrection, and the giving of the Holy Spirit, and that was really what changed this. Was the giving of the Holy Spirit. In many senses, the Holy Spirit superseded the need for divination. Because after the coming of the Holy Spirit actually guided people with the will of God, and you didn't need divination anymore for that. Okay, so that covers the magic question. The apostles essentially did not perform magic, besides that one casting of lots. And that's not really magic, that's divination. So, all right. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. What makes black magic black? I was raised by being taught black magic harms, white magic protects. Wow. The Bible deprecates both. Okay? The Bible deprecates both black magic and white magic. Now, these are the whole term of black magic and white magic are pagan categories. Okay, they're pagan categories. And basically, you've kind of sort of surrounded here. The idea within these sort of pagan categories is black magic harms, white magic protects or heals. Okay, but those are pagan categories. The Bible would both frown upon both of these categories. You know, the idea that white magic is not seen as a legitimate means of protection or healing. in the New Testament concept, New Testament concept of magic, that's both are deprecated. Okay, healing and protection should come from either God or from, say, physical medicine. Okay, so magic is not seen as a legitimate means, even if it's white magic. So this is one of the places where we wouldn't want to use pagan categories to try to endorse a practice. Okay. Darkblade. So Expecto Patronum is also frowned upon. Yes, it is. Okay. But I mean, too, that's a fantasy novel. Okay. And Harry Potter has its own unique, say, magic system. Now, here's one of the things I want to say about Harry Potter 2. Is that I think there's some things that are concerning about the Harry Potter system, Harry Potter novels, that actually have nothing to do with the magic system itself. Magic system itself seems to be something that's, say, an inherent ability that is just amplified through ritual practice. And inherent abilities are not seen as being inherently evil. Okay? My big problem with the Harry Potter novels is more ends justifies the means ethics. I think that's much more concerning, teaching that you can break the rules and you can as long as what you're doing is noble enough. Situational ethics. A lot of the Harry Potter series is supported by situational ethics. And situational ethics has problems, has ethical problems. So I don't think the magic system is... I think people make too much of the magic system in Harry Potter. I think people should be more focused on the ethical system. I think that's a bigger concern as far as those novels go. But yes, Expecto Patronum would be frowned upon too. Okay. Especially if you're a Muggles. All right. Next super chat here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. While word order doesn't affect meaning in Greek, doesn't it add emphasis or quantity? Bigger important things come first. It can add emphasis in some cases called when you have something called fronting. Okay? Now, what's fronting? Fronting is when you have a phrase or a clause that comes at the beginning of a sentence where you would normally expect it at the end. Okay? In that case, it can add emphasis. But here's the thing. You would have to normally expect it at the end for it to be fronted. Okay? So word order doesn't necessarily have meaning in the Greek, but it has to be, in the case of Greek, you have to really expect those clauses to be at the end. And you normally only find it with phrases and clauses. You won't find it, say, with words, just plain words. Just because word order for a normal sentence, if you have, Greek doesn't have a normal word order. It's all based upon case. So the verb could be at the end, the verb could be at the beginning, the verb could be in the middle. Doesn't matter. Not in Greek. It's going to be case that determines how you put that sentence together. But the way Greek arranges clauses and phrases through nesting, that can matter. That can matter a lot. So this is one of the things why you also see, for example, in some places, these weird, long, massive constructions of Greek sentences. Like, Ephesians does this. I mean, Ephesians has like an entire chapter at the beginning. That's a single sentence. It's crazy. Uh, so, in those particular cases where you have this fronting of language that happens at the beginning of the independent clause, and this is what we're talking about here, the relationship of the phrases and the clauses in respect to the independent clause. And the independent clause is basically the center. It's the center of, when you do say Greek exegesis, you always look for that independent clause first. Okay? Because if you find out where that independent clause, you can see the relationship of all the other structure of that. So then what you do then is you sort of piece together the structure around that independent clause. Normal sentences will have that independent clause first, and then followed by your regular clauses afterwards. But if they precede the independent clause, that can be evidence of fronting. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. He asks, are we friends? What kind of question is that? After all the late night discussions we've had talking about how to write fictional novels, you ask? Seriously, dude? Some people's kids. I don't think you really need to ask that at this point. Just say it. All right, the next one here is from N. Japonis Conrafe. Thank you for that $10 super chat. And he asks, not being academically trained, it's odd when I often read scholars talk of Revelation as a conscious effort by John to comment on things rather than him telling of an actual revelation. Why is this? The reason why they'll say this is because of a kind of black and white thinking. Okay? Now, the revelation is basically explains and unveils a lot of Old Testament prophecy. So a lot of scholars will say, well, this can't be a revelation because it's explaining the Old Testament. Well, okay, why can't it be both? And I think this is one of those things that I see a lot in a lot of academics. Is this sort of black and white thinking, or where they can't see the forest for the trees? Let me give you an example of one I saw today. I read an article today, just came out, on Jonah. And this academic was trying to explain the narrative of Jonah. Now, Jonah's not a big book. It's only like 4 chapters. But it's not a big book. And this academic was going through the text and trying to explain the text. And she was going into all this minutia of the tenses of the Hebrew. She talked about the pluperfect and all these little minutiae. And you get to the end of it, and the one thing she never mentions was that Jonah claimed he died. Talks about his acquiescence to God, but not repentance. Talks about all these sorts of little nitty-gritty tiny things. Never talks about what the thing obviously says. Oh boy. Yeah. It's a case of, again, missing the forest for the trees. And a lot of academics do this. You know, they will go into the nitty-gritty details, the fine minutia, and just miss the obvious. It's poor reading skills is what it is. You know, they've learned this craft of tearing apart a sentence without actually reading the sentence. So, yeah, they do this. Okay? You're just going to see this. You'll just see this a lot in scholarship, where they'll pick apart a meaning while missing the overall text in its context. So, happens all the time in academia, and it happens when people talk about the Book of Revelation or any other book like Jonah. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99 says, at Jack Ray, will I see you in Egypt? I don't know, Jack, are you coming? Not to put you, Johnny, on the spot, but or Jack on the spot here, but you coming? Oh, he says no. Oh, that'd be a bummer. Would love to have you there, though. Alrighty. Next one here from AT Ministries. I have about 15 more questions, but I'll save them for later. Okay. Thank you very much for the support of the channel. We appreciate it. And thank you very much for that super chat. Okay, Oscar Philo for 10 Romanian. Thank you for the super chat. Can you recommend a book or resource or author that deals about Babylon? When I went, I used to, when I looked up stuff on Babylon, I usually go to stuff by Alan Millard. He was sort of my Assyriologist of first resort. But I don't read that much stuff on ancient Babylon, so for me, that's hard for me to give you a good answer of who's currently sort of the top guy in the field. So, but that's who I went to mostly was Alan Millard. Now I understand some of this stuff is now probably dated, but that's basically what books I read on it. So, can't recommend too much on this. Again, Assyriology is not really my field, so I can't give you too many book recommendations here. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. What? Greeks had papyrus, yeah. Fine. It was an import, but yeah, they had it. You want me to answer that? Okay. Anubis asks, did they have papyrus, those Greeks? Yeah, they had papyrus. They also had parchment. Okay. Papyrus was an import. Okay, but papyrus was exported all the way around in the Mediterranean. So, the Greeks had papyrus because they would export it through Naucratis. Okay, so what they would do in the 7th century BC, the Greeks established a trading colony in Egypt in the Nile Delta called Naucratis, and they would basically buy papyrus from the Egyptians and then ship it back to Greece. So yeah, the Greeks actually had access to papyrus, and they had a constant supply of goods from Egypt as a result of that trading colony. So, hope that helps. Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Sponsoring a Zach 2 question. With your clan interpretation in mind, were there more than 8 people on the Ark? It's possible. Okay? It's possible. We know there were at least 8. Okay? Could there have been more? Maybe. Possible. But there were 8. Minimum 8. But it's possible there were more too. But again, we're not sure. The Bible doesn't say there were only 8. It says that there were 8. So could there have been more? Maybe. The Bible doesn't exclude there being more, but it doesn't say there was more. So we know there were at least 8. The 3 sons of Noah and their wives, and Noah and his wife. Which doesn't seem to be Noah's wife seems to be an anomaly here. She does not seem to be the mother of his children. Okay? That's the other thing, too. The fact that Ham slept with her. There's that, yeah. Yes, the fact that Ham slept with his Noah's wife seems to indicate that she wasn't his mother. And Ham is the youngest. So if Ham's the youngest, then Noah's wife could not have been the mother of any of the 3 kids. So, Bubble Machine, hold on. Am I tripping, or was there a Noah's Ark movie? There's been several, and they all have been awful. All of them have been awful. Gaius Octavius. Maybe Ham was just that much of a degenerate. Not likely. Not likely. I mean, he was a degenerate. Okay, he was a degenerate. The other thing, though, too, is that it's like the 2 sons when they cover her up. Avoid any sight. Okay. So it's more likely that she was not the idea here is when they cover her up, it's so as to not expose their father's nakedness. Okay? So when you see that term, expose their father's nakedness, that's usually a euphemism for having sex with your mother's or your father's wife. Okay? So it seems more likely, given the whole circumstances of what's going on here, that she was not related to, by blood, to any of the 3 sons. Anygun Wild. Was the wife too drunk to consent? Probably. Oh, yeah. She was like blottoed. Yeah, she was like blottoed on the floor. Yeah, she was definitely too drunk to consent. So, yes, he was a degenerate, but I don't think he was a degenerate because it was his mother. He was a degenerate for other reasons. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, my producer says you got to remember that they lived in a world that was entirely degenerate. So yeah, it wouldn't be that much surprise. JCM for $2. Was Satan an angel of music? Isaiah 14:11. Well, let's pull up the text and find out. Okay, Isaiah. 14. Verse 11. Start at verse 10 here. They will respond and say to you, even you have been made weak as we. You have become like us. Now, this is talking about, let's see what's okay, this is a taunt against the king of Babylon. Verse 4. That you'll take up this taunt against the king of Babylon and say, how the oppressor has ceased and how the fury has ceased. Okay. Verse 8, even as the cypress trees rejoice over you and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, since you were laid low, no tree cutters come against us. Sheol is from beneath is excited over to meet you when you come. It arouses you for you, the spirits of the dead, the leaders of the earth. It raises all the kings of the nations from their thrones. They will all respond and say to you, even you have been made weak as we, you have become like us. Your pomp and the music of your harps have been brought down to Sheol. Maggots are spread out as your bed beneath you, and the worms your covering. How you have fallen from heaven, O star of the morning, son of dawn. You have been cut down to the earth. You who have weakened the nations. But you have said in your heart, I will ascend to heaven. I will raise my throne above the stars of God. I will sit on the mount of assembly in the recesses of the north. I will ascend to the heights of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. Okay. Now, we have to understand what's going on in this passage. It's an amphibole. Okay? It's talking about two things at the same time. So what's going to happen here is it's going to start off talking about the king of Babylon. And it starts to talk about how he's gone from greatness to being brought low. And upon his death, the kings of old get up to meet him. And his pomp and his music, his harps, are brought down to Sheol. So his music and merrymaking is no more. And then it shifts. You get the idea now that the king of Babylon is now just sort of a foil for talking about the fallen angel, the Hasatan. So, the star of the morning. So it's one of those things where it starts off talking about the king of Babylon, but that's not really what the passage is talking about. It's really talking about something more profound. So it's talking about two things at the same time. Fall of Babylon, the king of Babylon, and the fall of Satan himself. Now, the question is, was he an angel of music? The answer to this is we don't know. Now, the direct comparison here is being made to the king of Babylon as someone who surrounded himself with music. So so you do have to keep that in mind, that this is kind of making that transition here from the king of Babylon to that. But we don't get the sharp cut over until verse 12. So this passage has led some to believe that Satan did make music. Interesting, this is a theme that was sort of used by Tolkien in his writing of the Lord of the Rings. He uses this theme where he talks about Iluvatar making the Valor, and all of them were making music, and Melkor made discordant music that Iluvatar blended into the music to make beautiful. Okay, so this is a theme that we do see, but we're not really sure if he was a maker of music. It's implied, but it's something that, is this more the attribute of the king of Babylon? that's sort of being grafted upon Satan. So, it's hard to know for sure if this spirit critter made music or not, or made other things that were like music. That's possible too. That there was other creative acts he was involved in that are being likened to music. So again, it's one of those poetic sections here where the amphibole starts to become hazy. So when you get to this point in sort of an amphibole, it's like, okay, you know the subject's starting to shift. Where does the King of Babylon end and Satan pick up again in the amphibole? So that's a possibility. Jonathan Walker said, Satan, a musical throne cherub wanting to be a seraph. It's possible. Could be. So, what?
Let's just
Yeah, that's just a sun-breathing shadow says, is that rabbinical origin about Noah's virgin, Ham, and stepmother relationship, or other sources? That's just a plain reading of the text. That's just basically you're reading the text and interpreting it in its contextual framework. That's all that is. So I don't know what the rabbis would have said about this. So I didn't get this from the rabbi. I just got this from reading the text. Okay. Next super chat here is from Tom Wanchek for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What's the scriptural evidence for spirit critters? Well, the fact they show up all over the place. I mean, there's lots of scriptural evidence for spirit critters. I mean, you have, I mean, take from the New Testament, just for example. You have angels showing up all over the place. At the empty tomb, there's an angel, a spirit critter. A spirit critter appears to the apostle, to John at the apocalypse. You know, there's lots of spirit critters all around. So, you have the visions of the prophets, you know, where, say, the seraphim are around the throne of God, you know, in the Ezekiel vision. Okay, those are spirit critters. You have spirit critters mentioned in the Garden of Eden, you know, where you have the cherubim driving at the humans. Those are spirit critters. You have the talk of the principalities, powers in high places. Those are spirit critters. You have the talk about the chaos monsters, Leviathan, Rahab, and Behemoth. Those are spirit critters. It's a world of spirit critters. You have the charioteers in Zechariah, who drive the horse, the chariots, the red horses, the ashen horses, the white horses, and black horses. Now, those are spirit critters. There's tons of scriptural references to spirit critters. What? It's this very spiritual environment, yes. Yeah. So there's lots of, at least, scriptural references to spirit critters. You know, spirit critters are worked into their iconography. So, yeah. Jonathan Walker, wheels, with fire inside, principalities, powers, thrones, dominions, beasts, Locusts with heads of men, scorpion tails. It's endless. Oh yeah, it just goes on and on and on. You know, you have the Archangel Michael fighting the Prince of Babylon. Those are spirit critters. So, yeah, there's Mama asks, chaos monsters are spirit critters too? Yes, they are. They're what we would call the chaos monsters are side effects. Okay. There does seem to be this concept in ancient Near Eastern cosmology that you cannot do creation without side effects. And one of the side effects is the creation of spirit critters. So you create a universe, you also, as a result of creating a universe, create spirit critters as a side effect. And many of those spirit critters are chaos monsters. They're the side effects of creation. They are basically, it's almost like in the ontology of the ancient world, you can't create a material universe without a spiritual universe to support it. The spirit universe is the pillars upon which the material universe is supported. So yeah, it's not great for materialism, that's for sure. Jonathan Walker, side effects like hurricanes, tornadoes, volcanoes in our physical world, yeah, sort of like that. So instead of being hurricanes, tornadoes, volcanoes, etc., it would be spirit critters like the chaos monsters or primordial deities. Okay, primordial gods would be an example of this. These are minor spirits that are there to sort of prop up the creation, keep it upright. So, and not all of these are evil, but there's side effects. There's side effects. We see this, for example. I'm going to quote a little bit of Egyptian religion here because it kind of is an analogous thing. When in one of the creation narratives, you have the creation of the primordial waters. Okay? The primordial waters are created by the god Re. Inside the primordial waters are all these little gods that have no name. They're just collectively called the primordial gods. The Pesdet, or the Pesdut. These are sort of, as I say, symptoms of creation, side effects of creation. And that seems to be one of the sort of underlying sort of the ontologies of the ancient world, was you couldn't have a physical creation without there being some sort of spiritual creation. The two are hand in glove. So God, when he creates the world, just doesn't create the physical universe. He creates the spiritual one at the same time. And when he creates the spiritual one, he creates these spiritual entities because he creates the physical entities. So, it's kind of like this. You know, you start off with milk, and you make yourself cheese, but you get whey as a side effect. Okay? You can't make the cheese without getting the whey out of it. So you're going to be getting both. You make cheese, you're going to get curds and whey. You can't have one without the other. And the ancient world seems to view creation like that. You can't create the physical universe without creating the spiritual too. And they happen simultaneously. So when God creates the physical universe, he's also creating the chaos monsters as a side effect, as well as the primordial gods as a side effect. So it's a really interesting aspect of the creation narratives of ancient peoples. So, that's one of the things that we have to keep in mind here is that, so then when we talk about, say, the chaos monsters, yeah, the chaos monsters are a side effect of the creation of the physical world, and they're spirit critters. They are spirit critters. So I hope that helps. That was a great follow-up question, Mama. Very great. That was a very good follow-up question. Okay, next one here is from JCM for $10. Thank you for the super chat. So God is letting it be known that he knows exactly what Satan is going to do and how he's going to stop him, and yet Satan is still going through with it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Satan is a defeated enemy. He knows his end. I mean, he knows he's defeated. But what he's doing is right now kicking the can down the road. Okay? God has basically already said that the end of Satan's not going to come until the fulfillment of the Gentiles is complete. Okay? So, Satan knows this. Satan knows that that's what God's waiting for, is the fullness of the Gentiles. And that he also knows that God will wait until the fullness of the Gentiles is complete. So, Satan right now, what he's doing is he's trying to kick that can down the road to delay the inevitable. If Satan can delay the fullness of the Gentiles into perpetuity, that's a kind of win. So what Satan has done is redefined what it means to win. So God knows exactly what Satan's going to do and how Satan's going to be stopped. That's not going to prevent, though, Satan from trying to redefine the rules of the game. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate. And Satan's going to do what he is going to do within the certain parameters that that allows him a certain latitude of freedom. But within that latitude of freedom, he's going to try to kick that can down the road as far as he can. Okay? Hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next super chat here is from Jonathan Walker. Thank you very much for the super chat. And for $5, thank you again. He asks, what's your take when skeptics say God shouldn't flood the earth, destroy Sodom, but God should have stopped and killed Satan or Hitler? They're both bad. I mean, it's just, okay, you're protesting that God didn't stop one evil, but stopped another. There does seem to be an inconsistency here. Okay? I mean, that would be my first problem here would be that there's an inconsistency in the question. That God shouldn't stop evil, at all, when it's the earth or Sodom, but should have stopped it in other cases. That's like, yeah, it would be, it's a question of standards here. It's a question of standards. It's like, they want it both ways. That's what it's.
But Ron said, the Old Testament and stuff, God cared so much that he made us morally responsible.
Yeah.
Our responsibility.
Yeah. My producer said that, reminded me of something that Brent Strawn said, that God gave us, through those first judgments, moral responsibility to take care of basically evil later on. So, um, again, I just think this is just a double standard. Okay, it's a double standard. You know, do you let God say, okay, God shouldn't do any? I mean, here's the thing: if it's like, okay, God should stop all evil, okay, why stop at just Hitler? Why stop at just Satan? Why stop at Stalin? You know, why not just wipe out all evil? Give us no free will. Okay, that's one aspect of this. So you could do that. Okay, God could stop all evil. Then you don't have free will. You don't have any choice then but to obey, other get stomped out. So that's one end. Yeah, but on the other hand too, you're expecting God to do nothing about evil, in which case he becomes a derelict God, a God that doesn't punish, a God that doesn't have justice. A God that never punishes evil is inherently unjust. He just lets evil flourish. So it's like wanting your cake and eating it too. I mean, either you have a God that punishes justly, or you have a God that just brings the hammer down on every little bit of evil. You know, so it's just like, decide which is the best moral recourse. But you can't, because both options are bad. So they're basically pitting two bad options against each other and then saying God's unjust because he won't take either extreme. The God that's derelict of duty and unjust versus the God that will put the hammer down on you when you tell a white lie. So it's not even a rational thing to say. Fortunately, our God is more nuanced than that. Mama says, yep, people who argue things like this want it both ways. They want to be able to say when God can and can't punish evil, and what evil is. And that's the heart of it here, is they want it both ways. And they want to be the arbiters of what is evil and what gets punished. That's humanity trying to put itself in the position of God. It's saying we have better moral insight than God himself. And that is a tremendously arrogant thing to say. Tremendously arrogant thing to say. And not only is it arrogant, it doesn't even make sense. It's completely inconsistent. Okay. Moving on here. Oscar Philo for 10 Romanian. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, serious question. Well, that's a serious question. I usually tighten my belly for a better look. Should I do this when praying, display, give my best for God, or not show my true ugly self, and thus in a humbler way? I think this falls under the category of audiophron. Okay. What is audiophron? Audiophron is stuff where it's morally neutral. I don't think it really matters. Okay. I don't think it matters if you tighten your belt for a better look or let it all hang out. Okay? You might want to look at your diet if your belly is hanging out, but apart from that, It doesn't matter morally. Okay. I don't think this was a serious question, but, maybe it was. Maybe you were being serious. Jonathan Walker, is this not a come as you are moment? I think it probably is.
It's like when
Yeah.
you just come as you are, relax.
Yeah. Well, my producer said it's like being in a long-term relationship. You just come, be yourself, and, you accept each other for who you are. God doesn't care. Okay? He just wants relationship with you. That's it. BC, God can see under your clothes, just saying. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, God cares more about that you pray as opposed to how you look when you pray. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Emily says God looks at the heart, not at the externals. Exactly. Medicule Vitriol for $2 says, do you say Jesus is Son of God or a prophet of sorts? Well, he is Son of God. He is second person of the Trinity. He's fully God, God incarnate, made flesh and dwell with man. He's also a prophet, too. The two are not mutually exclusive. Yes, both. Son of God, fully man, and a prophet. So I don't think there's any reason to make an artificial distinction here. It's not an or situation. Hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Andy Gun Wild, is it just me or is this profile blending in with the background? It's blending in with the background, and the reason why is a certain color of gray bleeds through. Okay, there's a mask on our system here that bleeds out gray. So if you use gray in the background as your background, it will bleed through. And his avatar is all gray, and that particular color of gray. So I don't know if he did that on purpose, but so that's one of those things that just is part of the system. So if you have that use of that particular color of gray, then some weird. Did we get to my super chats yet? Nope. You came in late, man. You got to wait for yours. Still working on it. Hey, it's only 10:32. Okay. I didn't realize that. Yep. If you use that little gray, and yours bleeds through too. Yours has the same bleed through, Andy Gone Wild. That use of that gray just blends right through.
I know now. So next week she's gonna show up right beyond pink.
I know now. So you're gonna show up with a bright pink avatar. So that's why my profile's always been weird here. Yeah, it's that gray. It's that that off color of gray. It's not even all colors of gray. It's like one color of gray. I might be able to tell you which one it is. Let's see. Look at my filters here. Mm, Yeah, okay. I'm going to put in a color code here of a gray not to use. Okay? If you use this color of gray, it will get selected out. It gets color keyed out. I'm just going to put this in the chat. And this is the color code to not use in your avatar. There you go. Oops. Come up eventually, huh? There it is. So if you use that hex color code 131315, it will select out that color and get color keyed out. Hey, if you want to use it, Addison, go for it. That's not my problem at that point. That's your avatar. You can do what you want. Jonathan Walker for $10 here. He says, why do you think skeptics say if God is good, he should do everything like cure diseases, end crime, etc.? I don't think they understand if that's true. Why would God create or need us? Well, God doesn't need us. Okay. And yes, God could cure all diseases and end all crime. But again, if he did that, we would have no free will. If he ended crime, yeah, he could end crime. He could end sin. Sure. He could wipe us all out. That would be totally within his purview. He could do that. Yeah, he's done it a couple times.
Planning on doing it again. Read the end of the book.
My producer said he's planning on doing it again. Read the end of the book. Yeah, so that doesn't mean that God isn't good. It means he's restrained in what he does. You know, he doesn't have to intrude into our universe at all times to do that. So, you know, it's just like, it doesn't make him less good. It just means that we have sin in our world. Yeah. But to end crime, he'd have to end all sin, and he'd have to end all sin to do that. He'd have to end our free will. So, for God, free will is a balancing act. It's a balancing act. And there's bigger things at play. That's the other thing, is that God lets these things happen for bigger goods to happen in the future. So we have to keep that in mind as we look at this. So, yeah, if he could cure all diseases right now, but then men wouldn't develop antibiotics. We wouldn't need medicine. That means in the future, God would still have to create more heals and more cures and all that. So, yeah, God wants us to work on these things.
From his perspective,
Oh, yeah.
in eternity, this
Yeah.
no sin in heaven.
Yeah. Mama says, people assume that it would be best for him to intervene all the time, whether for causing good or stopping evil, but only God really knows that sort of stuff. Exactly. Bon. Humans are stupid, so it's going to fail. Yeah, well, yeah. If this is God's plan, I don't think it says anything good about him. Well, you know, it's one of those things that, that, you know, even if it is God's plan, you know, it doesn't say anything good or bad about him. It just doesn't reflect upon him as far as that goes. Bon, there's an increasing issue of antibiotic resistance. Yes, there is. Now, we are developing new antibiotics that are... One of the things about antibiotic resistance is some of it is because of our abuse of antibiotics. And that's one of the interesting things I thought of when you look at this. Like, a lot of antibiotic resistance has been because of, say, overuse of, say, things like tetracycline. Tetracycline used to be an incredibly effective antibiotic. I remember as a kid, I had an infection once, and it was prescribed tetracycline. They don't prescribe it anymore. They don't prescribe tetracycline anymore because it's not effective. And the reason why tetracycline is not effective anymore is they started putting it into cattle and chicken feed. Because one of the things they discovered is if you put tetracycline in cattle and chicken feed, chickens grow bigger and cows grow bigger and you get more meat off the bone. So farmers were adding all these antibiotics to cattle and chicken feed to make them bigger. Because it is true that animals that contract diseases have stunted growth. If an organism doesn't contract a disease, it grows bigger. So, but this also had the unintended consequences. You know, I don't know about you, but there was a time, you know, way back before I was even born, where if you cut a finger, you immediately washed it out and used iodine on it to disinfect it. Because the risk of infection was so high. Well, you come around to the 1990s and 2000s, where we're eating so many antibiotics in our food, you get cut? Yeah, I'll put a bandage on it tomorrow. We become so laissez-faire about cuts because there's so many antibiotics in their food that we all have that resistance now. Yes, it is true that we do have the problem of antibiotic resistance in some bacteria, especially streptococcus. Streptococcus is a bad one for this. But we've also, at the same time too, reaped a huge amount, again, an unintended consequence, where getting an infection from a cut is very rare now. You know? Jonathan Walker says, now we just use water and hydrogen peroxide. Don't use too much hydrogen because it causes necrosis. Yeah, and you know, sometimes we don't even do that. I mean, there's been times when I've got a cut and I just like rinse it under water, put a little of an antibiotic. Yeah, that's more to get the blood off and the bandage off than anything else. SDRC 92126. I remember mercurochrome. Yeah, I do too. Yeah. You know, they still use that in animal medicine, by the way. They still use mercurochrome in animal medicine, but it's very rare now for you to use that stuff in human medicine because it's so toxic. So toxic. Jonathan Walker, just lick the wound for the blood and stick on a bandage. Well, that's what people do today. That's only possible though because of that's only possible because we are eating so many antibiotics in our food. It was back in the Middle Ages. You know, you hear about these knights going to battle and they're beating each other with swords and spears and all that and maces. Most of the people who died in those battles didn't die from the wounds. They died from the secondary infections. You get nicked by a sword, that could be the end of you. That would be the end of you because you got septic. You got an infection, it went septic, and you went like that. Infection was such a serious thing that, I mean, even in World War I, people were keeling over in the battlefield because they nicked their hand on an exposed nail. That was the end of you because you got infected.
But that's
Infection used to be the leading cause of death. Yeah, it used to be the leading cause of death. Nowadays, it's cancer and heart attack. 100 years ago, it was infection. That's how much things have changed because of the unintended consequence of feeding livestock tetracycline and other antibiotics. Is just it's created a immunity across the population. Yeah, it also creates superbugs. Streptococcus is, as I said, the most common of these. So, okay, so with that said, let's move on here. Addison Weir for $4.99. He thinks that 1 Corinthians 6:9-10 is actually a to-do list. All right, let's see what Addison Weir wants to do. First Corinthians 6, 9-10. Or do you not know that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor effeminate, nor homosexuals, nor thieves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor swindlers shall inherit the kingdom of God. Oh, Addison, you being a naughty boy. Oh, Addison. You such a naughty boy. You know, you should be doing good things. Okay, well, thank you very much for the super chat. Subin Paul for, looks like 40 rupees. Thank you for the super chat. Why did God punish David's infant for his crime? Well, he didn't punish him for his crime. Now, he punished David for David's crime. But he didn't punish the infant for the crime. Okay, now we're going to be one thing. What God did here was removed his protection. Okay? So, this is the son of Bathsheba and David. Now, what happened here was, this was a combined crime of adultery and murder. Okay. So, what happened was, David's in his elderly years. He's no longer allowed on the battlefield because he keeps getting into trouble. So he's got time to burn on his hands. And he sees Bathsheba, and she's married to Uriah the Hittite. Okay? And Uriah is a righteous Gentile. He's a righteous Gentile. He's a God-fearing Gentile. Okay? He has served loyally to David for years. So, this is a huge betrayal. So, David basically moves in on Uriah's wife, has relations, gets her pregnant, tries to fool Uriah to come back, have conjugal relations with his wife, so it's not clear who the father is. But he's such an honest man that he cannot bear to go have comfort with his wife when his friends are on the front lines dying. So Uriah camps in front of the palace to show that he'd rather be out there basically slugging it out, helping his friends on the battlefield, than his own personal comfort. A huge badge of shame. So what does David do? He sends Uriah out to the worst part of the fighting so that Uriah would have a happy accident on the battlefield. Yeah. he redshirts him. Okay? It was a horrible shame and crime. Now, the problem here is he gets called out by Nathan the prophet. The Nathan the prophet comes out and says, all right, I hear a great crime in Israel. There's been a horrible crime in Israel. There's a man who has 40 sheep. And he sees this one man with one sheep. And he says to him, you know, this man with 40 sheep kills the man with one sheep to take his only sheep. And David is outraged. He goes, well, who is this man? And Nathan goes, that man is you. You are the guy. Well, he's convicted himself. He's convicted himself. And because he's convicted himself, he now falls under God's judgment for his crime. So what's going to happen here is he can't punish himself. He's the king. There's no higher human authority that can punish him. So he's now under the authority and the punishment of God to take care of this. And it's like, okay, the fruit of your infidelity, of your sin, cannot be made to profit you. So what God does is removes his protection. He doesn't have to do anything more than that. Just because the incidence of infant mortality is so high in the ancient world. So high. 50% of children didn't make it past age 2. Infant mortality was incredibly high. So all God had to do was say, okay, I cannot bless this. I'm going to remove my protection. And the rest falls on you, David. You were responsible. You did the crime. It's going to now have unintended consequences upon your child. And we see this all over the place in the Bible. Sin never is just restricted to the sinner. It affects everybody else around you. It affects everybody else. When Saul disobeys, it doesn't affect him. It affects his sons. It affects his soldiers who lose the battle to the Philistines. When God removes his protection from a guy who's sinned wildly like this, it affects others. It's the natural consequences of sin. That sin proliferates its consequences on those around you. What you do in Vegas doesn't stay in Vegas. And it's one of the it is one of the greatest, say, misunderstandings about sin is that we sin, it should just affect us. Sin's not like that. Sin affects all our relationships. It affects those around us. It affects society as a whole. Yeah, we would love it if sin just affected the sinner. Gosh, that'd be great. It doesn't work that way. It happens, if you sin, it's going to affect not just yourself, it's going to affect your family, your spouse, your kids, the taxpayers who have to pay for your incarceration. It affects everybody. So, yeah, sin is, it's poison. Yeah, sin is poison. It leaches out there. It doesn't stay confined to the sinner. It didn't stay confined to David. It didn't stay confined to Saul. It didn't stay confined to the Amorites. It leaches out there. But I'm gonna ask a secondary question here. What's the problem with high child mortality? Doesn't it help for selecting good genes that help? No, no, it doesn't. Most of that, the causes of high child mortality was secondary infection. There's that infection again. And no, it did not lead to high. It was more of a roll of the dice than anything else.
It was the late 80s.
Oh yeah.
Physicians need to wash their hands.
Oh yeah.
They
Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't until the late 19th century when doctors started washing their hands prior to helping in a childbirth. And the doctor who said that doctors should wash their hands prior to delivering a child were mocked. He was mocked. It took 50 years for, and then this doctor, this doctor was at a clinic where it had 80% infant mortality. 80% infant mortality. Yeah.
Absolutely. That's why always be.
Bonbon, another scientific consensus moment. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it was just terrible how those who were giving birth at home had higher chances of living than those who were giving birth in a hospital. Because all of that germs in the hospital just led to high incidence of infant mortality. Yeah, it was Semmelweis. Yep. So, yeah. But that was infection was the leading cause of infant mortality by far. So, yeah. And it didn't select for stronger genes. It didn't do that. It just killed indiscriminately. So all God had to do for David is to remove his protection from, David's offspring to affect that. That's all it took. Okay, let's go on to the next one here. Yeah, we are at 11 o'clock here. I don't think we have too many more super chats. We don't have as many as we had last week. We only have 38, so we're getting close to the end here of the super chats. Okay. Addison Weird for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. IP said he'll probably have you back on his channel since some people like shooting themselves on the foot. Thoughts? Winky face. Yes. Some people like having very, very long live streams where they want to school Dr. Falk, reluctantly admit that Falk was right, and then at the end conclude their live streams with "We hate Dr. Falk." There's no helping for some people, really. So,
He did he was not being.
okay. I didn't catch that. No, somebody, I think Bomon asked if IP was being passive-aggressive towards me. No, he's not. There's something else going on there. Dossman, curse you, Dr. Falk. Even though you were right, curse you. Yeah, that's pretty much what's going on. Yep. Okay. No helping some people's kids. All right, BC. For $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is Dan McClellan a good Bible scholar? If not, are there any good secular skeptical Bible scholars? Okay. I don't think Dan is a very good Bible scholar. He comes from the Stavrokopoulou school of biblical scholarship, which I don't have a high regard for. So, yeah, I don't think he's a good Bible scholar. I think he has some takes that are not great. I have never. I've quoted a lot of skeptical secular Bible scholars in the past in my own work. McClellan's never been one. I've never quoted any of his work. Never cited him once. I don't think his work is very good. You know, so it's like, okay. Look, maybe we just don't have overlaps in our views or particular. But yeah, I don't cite him. I don't think he does important work. Certainly not in my field. He's done no important work on the Exodus that I can see. Most of him is just sort of dunking on the New Testament. Okay, that doesn't help me. That doesn't help me understand the text better. That's kind of where yeah, it doesn't move the conversation forward. You know, this is what I think a difference between a good skeptical Bible scholar and a bad skeptical Bible scholar is: are you moving the conversation forward? Is what you say bringing more enlightenment to the text? Okay. And I think there are skeptical, secular Bible scholars that do this. Definitely. William Propp. I don't always agree with William Propp. In fact, oftentimes I don't agree with William Propp. But at least he's moving the conversation forward. He's moving the conversation forward, and he's actually bringing out things and issues of the text that I think we can responsibly and rationally engage. McClellan doesn't do that. So
there is legitimate scholarship within Christianity, we want to get at the
yeah, and if there is, as my producer says, if there is legitimately bad scholarship in Christianity, we want to get to the truth. Absolutely. You know, we want to engage this. Okay? But just dunking on the text without adding more to this doesn't move the ball forward. Yeah. And frankly, too, McClellan will slander you at the drop of a hat. That's McClellan's shtick. If you disagree with him, he'll slander you. Responsible scholarship doesn't slander. It engages the issues. So no, he's a terrible Bible scholar. And I don't find there's any value in his work. So I'll leave it at that. Jonathan Walker says he blocked IP not long ago. Oh, he also accused Gavin Ortland of protecting sex offenders. I couldn't believe that. You know,
Gavin Ortland is sort of an inoffensive.
You know, Gavin Ortland. Yeah, my producer said Gavin Ortland is a very inoffensive person that doesn't actually make those sort of bold statements. He doesn't make waves. Addison Weir, really? When? Where? Oh yeah, they had after the debate between Ortland, Trent, Kip, and Bowen. Kip, Bowen, McClellan, and Jennifer Bird had a live stream. Now, Jennifer Bird's in the same category as McClellan, in my opinion. You know, she's also a dirtbag. But they were Bird and McClellan were going off against Ortland for having the kind of church that would protect sexual predators. Yeah, the clown show, exactly. I know Ortland was really hurt by this. He thought this was not just unfair, but outrageous. I mean, it was really over the top, outrageous. I mean, it was hard to really. When I saw it, my jaw was hanging over. It's like, you got to be kidding me, man. But that's the sort of scholarship we're talking about here with McClellan, and they'll just slander you. You know, if they find something to disagree with you about, they'll band with their clown buddies and just slander you. So, yeah. Andy Gunwild, I didn't even think they'd go that far. Oh yeah, they'll go farther than that. Oh yeah, they got us canceled. Yeah, yeah, they'll go that far easily. It doesn't matter what the truth is. They'll just slander you with no thought. No thought at all. And what really bothers me about that is the Christian community is so gullible that they fall for it. Okay, let's get back to this now. I want to thank Jack Ray for 50 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much for supporting the channel. Very much appreciated. Jack Ray, atheists, is a moral compass required? Oh, no. No. It's in situational ethics. Ends justify the means. So thank you very much, Jack, for supporting supporting the channel. We really appreciate it. We couldn't do this without you. And those memberships help keep our equipment up to, working. Working. So thank you very much for the support of the channel. We really appreciate it. Answering LDS for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. And here she asks, is Margaret Barker's temple theory an issue for Old Testament theology? I don't think so. I don't think it's an issue. There is definitely an aspect of temple theory in the Old Testament. I think that's actually a really important interpretive rubric for the Old Testament, especially passages like Genesis 1 through 11. Very, very important. So, yeah, I think Margaret Barker's dead on with that. I don't know how far she takes it, but she's also a very competent biblical scholar, too. Very competent. So, prima facie, I don't have a problem with this, but I'd have to go further into it to see if there is a problem with it. I don't think there is, though. Prima facie. And again, she's a very good scholar. She's one of those secular scholars I think is very good. Okay? If we were talking about earlier about secular atheistic scholars that are good, yeah, Margaret Barker's among them. Definitely. The Bible Exegete for 10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Which Hammurabi year Teru correspondence happened? I'd have to look it up. It's before the fall of Zimri Lim. So let me just take a look here. I can just do a quick look, and I can give you an approximate. I can't give you an exact year because that correspondence opens over several years. But let me see here. I think it's close to Zimri Lim. Okay, the conquest of Zimri Lim happens in the 35th regnal year of Hammurabi. So, all that corresponds between Teru of Urkesh and Zimri Lim of Mari takes place before the conquest of Hammurabi over Zimri Lim. So it's going to happen, all that's going to happen before that 35th regnal year of Hammurabi. So, I've got it in the 30. I've got his death in the 35th regnal year. Yeah, I have as and the citation for this is Mark de van der Meerkopf, King Hammurabi of Babylon, 3rd edition, Blackwell Publishing, 2005, pages 16 to 78, as well as Arlan Kurschau, Journal of Cuneiform Studies, volume 75, 2023, page 4. So, I just happen to have those citations handy. Groundhog is a wonderful tool. Okay. Okay. SDRC 92 126. I used to play Hammurabi on the TSA 80. Oh, the Trash 80. Ooh, ooh, the Trash 80. Oh. I had a friend who used to have a Trash 80. Still remember, like, we would his Trash 80 had a cassette tape drive. Okay? And we would play games at his house, and it would be like 20 minutes to load the video game. 20 minutes. Ancient History Gamer, what is this TRS-80? It used to be, it was the TRS-80, sometimes called the Trash 80, was it was a personal home computer, one of the early ones, done by Texas Instruments. Yeah, it was, oh my gosh, it was so terrible. So terrible. Yeah, it was trash. I mean, it was hard to get anything done on a TRS-80. They didn't have floppies. They came with these tape drives, cassette tape drives. And if you wanted to save something onto them, it would take like 10 minutes to write. If you wanted to load software off of it, it took 20 minutes. I mean, oh my gosh, it was, oh. I mean, the games looked nice. I mean, it had a decent sound card for the time. I mean, that's one of the things that I actually liked about the TRS-80 was the sound. The sound head was very good for the time. But, yeah, it was not a good computer otherwise. Whoa. Um, yeah, 16 tones. Yeah, it's 16 tones. Yeah, definitely it had 16 tones. Dossman, the PC Junior was better than the Trash 80. Oh, yeah, it was. Oh, yeah, the PC Junior was... It was kind of a crippled computer, but it was better than the TRS 80. Yeah, I mean, it was old. I mean, it's 1977, so you can't really blame it for that. But, 3 years later, you already had better options. Or 4 years later, I guess. I mean, the IBM PC came out in 1981. And it was a lot better than the TRS-80. Yeah, I'd say the Apple II was better than the TRS-80. So, um, yeah, I think the Apple II was much better than the TRS-80, especially if you had the one with the 80 column card. If you had the 80 column card, the Apple II wasn't that bad. Okay. Um, but I mean, I started with the IBM PC. That was sort of my entry into the computer world, was with the IBM PC. Um, The PC Junior was 1984, yeah. Well, it was the PC Junior was sort of the supposed to be the home model. It was supposed to be the home model. Weird membrane keyboard. I remember one of the weird things about the PC Junior, and this was weird. They actually had to. It was guaranteed to make it through a dishwasher safely. It was the weirdest claim.
People wash it.
Oh yeah, it was wireless, and IBM guaranteed that you could put it through a dishwasher, and survive. It was a weird thing. It had a weird feel too. Yeah, it had a weird membrane over it. I mean, it felt like you were. I mean, it was a weird keyboard. Tactily, it was just ugh, ugh. Um, yeah, it was just yeah, much horrid. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what it was like. It was a horrible keyboard. Horrible keyboard. Especially when after you've done like the Type M keyboards. I mean, the Type M keyboards of the IBM PCs and even some of the IBM terminals were beautiful. They were works of art. They were just so gorgeous. But the IBM PC board was horrible. Dossman, no click all mush. Yep. Yep. What about the Type F? Did you ever use those? I'm not sure which type is the Type F. I've used the Type M on the IBM PCs and the XTs. I've used the Personal System 2 keyboards. Love those. Those were even better. Yeah. Pre-M. Okay, if it's pre-M, I might have used it. I did use some. Let me just take a quick look for reference what the Type Model F keyboard is. And I'll just take a look and see if I have 40 pounds of keyboard. I've used some pretty heavy. Okay, let's see. IBM Model F keyboard. Oh yeah, I've used those. Yeah, I've used those. Yeah, I've used the Model Fs. In fact, I used one at when I worked actually at IBM. When I worked at IBM, I actually asked them, like when I worked at IBM on Project Blue Jean. When I worked at IBM on Project Blue Jean, I asked. They supplied me with a laptop to work there, but I asked them if they had one of those old mechanical keyboards lying around that I could use with the laptop because I love those keyboards, and they provide me with a Model F. So yeah, oh yeah. Wait, Dr. Falk worked at IBM. Oh yeah, I worked on Project Blue Jean. I worked in the supercomputer division. Yep. I basically wrote the boot code for the Blue Jean. Yep. I even have one of the top 500 certificates floating around here somewhere. Moved way too many times, yeah. But yeah, yeah, that was a monster. That was a beast. 130,000 CPUs. Just it was a monster. Uh, Bible Exegete. What's Blue Jean? Oh, okay. The Blue Jean is, and you can look this up. The Blue Jean is was at one point when I worked on it. I think it was 2003. I was working there. It was the world's fastest supercomputer. Okay. It was. Uh. It was. It had. Um. It was a bunch of RS-6000 chips, and each chip was a node, and then there was a master node that booted them all up. Bonbon, I don't know if this is disrespectful to ask, but why did you work a low-paying job If you literally worked at the supercomputer division at IBM, why not work as a software engineer or something? Okay, God has a warped sense of humor. That's why. Um, um, okay. Well, there's not a lot of work out there for us people who worked on supercomputers. Okay. To be honest. Um, the fact is that IBM was not a high-paying job either. Okay. You would think that um working at the supercomputer division at IBM would be a high-paying job. It wasn't. It wasn't. Um, in fact, it was they were actually cutting everyone's salaries because of the because IBM was undergoing a downturn, economic downturn at the time. Um, yeah, I could work as a computer engineer. Could still do that if I wanted to. But the fact is, here's the thing. Um, by the time I started the YouTube channel, it was during the COVID pandemic. Nobody was working at all. Just before the pandemic, I was actually a director of IT at where was Digital Domain. I was a director of IT at Digital Domain for the North America division. So I was the director, not the director, manager of IT. So I managed 3 offices: Montreal, Los Angeles, and Vancouver. And then the pandemic hit. I started then the YouTube channel during the when we were all in lockdown. We were on lockdown for 8 months. So started the YouTube channel and started getting some recent success pretty quickly. And then it sort of kind of hit me. Yeah, okay. I could go back to computers. I tried to get back in for a while, and it was just like, well, you know what? A computer, I mean, computer being a software engineer isn't just a job. It's a life choice. It's a life choice. You're having to dedicate not just 40 hours, but 50 to 80. And if you're in an insane a software engineering shop, over 100. Okay? And so you're not just making this is not a job. This is a career decision. And you're dedicating your entire life to it. Yeah. Yeah, Jack Ray, I didn't choose it. It chose me. Yeah, and a lot of engineers get in that way. That's how I got in. Yeah, it chose me. I didn't choose it. So, um, so it was at that point where it was just like, okay, I could either go back to software engineering or systems administration, or I can continue doing the YouTube stuff. I picked the YouTube stuff. You know, Dossman. One day you're repairing computers, the next day you are doing the same thing. Yep. Bon. And I thought I wanted to do this. It looked so cool. Well, there were aspects of it that were cool. Okay. You do come out of, with great stories. Okay? But the day-to-day work is miserable. It's miserable. Uh, yeah. I just yeah, yeah. Jack Reese says, I like it. It depends on what you do. Yeah, it depends on what you do. It depends on what company you're at. Some companies, you know, are excellent. Some companies I worked for were really nice. I loved working for Northwestern Mutual. That was a great company to work for. I worked for them twice on short-term contracts. They were wonderful. Really loved working for them. Um, Other companies were meat grinders. Yeah, Oracle. Yeah. Oracle was a meat grinder. Oracle was an absolute meat grinder. Sun Microsystems was okay, but they got bought out by Oracle. Let's see here. IBM wasn't bad, but the pay was really low. It was really low, and you were expected to live in the middle of nowhere. That's one of the things about working for IBM that kind of sucked, was you would have to sort of, if you wanted to do that, like, make that your career, you'd have to essentially move out to some remote location, like Rochester, Minnesota, where there was no other companies you could go work for.
It was really.
Oh yeah, Rochester was a strange place anyway. It was a really strange place. It had 4 tiers, four strata,
Really
and it was a really obviously stratified area.
It was bizarre.
It was really strange.
They did everything.
Yeah, I mean, it was you could see it in the graffiti and all that. It was just like, you had the doctors who worked at the Mayo Clinic. They were at the top. Those are your upper class. You had the guys who worked at IBM. Those are your middle class. You had the people who worked at Libby's bean canning factory. They were the lower class. And then you had students who were at the University of Rochester that were kind of sequestered away from all of it and didn't integrate with the other three. So it was a really weird situation.
And they didn't mix.
And they didn't mix. Yeah.
Doctors did not go.
Yeah, the doctors didn't go into middle-class restaurants. Great Mexican restaurants, though. Really great Mexican restaurants there. They had, at the time when we were there, they had 7 seminaries and 5 of them had just closed. So the bookstores were fantastic, because the libraries from the seminaries dumped all their books onto the used bookstores. Yeah, that was fabulous. Love that. But working at the IBM facility in Rochester, Minnesota was kind of strange. It was very strange. Because you have to swipe your card between buildings. So, I love their library. They had a great library. It was one of the only places corporate places I worked, that actually had a library. Yeah. Yeah, I was only one of the only persons that used their library, but IBM had a fabulous technical library. Absolutely fabulous technical library. Okay, I think we've beaten that horse to death. Yeah, 11:24. We'll get through our super chats here. Okay, so we have answering LDS for 199. Was David's kingdom exaggerated in power? I don't know. Probably not, but it really wasn't exaggerated. Here's the thing. Was it exaggerated in power? Oh no. No, David was still fighting wars with the Philistines. Wasn't that exaggerated? The question is going to be not so much whether David's kingdom was exaggerated, was Solomon's kingdom. That's going to be more of the question. But Solomon's kingdom also went through a time of peace that David's kingdom didn't. So that's going to be the million-dollar question here, is not really, because the Bible doesn't actually talk much about the extent or the power of David's kingdom. He was continuing the Philistine wars that was started by Saul. The question is Solomon's kingdom exaggerated? Because we do get some pictures of Solomon's wealth and influence, and probably not undeserved, that sort of lead you to certain conclusions about the extent of his power. Yeah, but then again, too, as my producer just said, Solomon couldn't have that many wives without being that powerful, because almost all of those are going to be treaty wives and concubines. So, yeah, they weren't love matches. Yeah. Okay, so I don't think David's kingdom is exaggerated, but I think sometimes we overthink how powerful he was. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jack Ray for $2. You don't have enough super chats. Well, thank you. We do appreciate the support. This is where we make our living now, so we do appreciate all the support we get from you and the support of people who contribute through the super chats. We do appreciate it, and thank you so very much. Paul for 19.99. Thank you for the super chat. How did Egyptians handle handicapped children? How did Egyptians handle handicapped children? Okay, that seems to be a double question there. Well, they did give them aids. Okay. Handicapped children would be given a crutch. Okay. If, let's say, they couldn't walk right, they'd be given a crutch to help them walk. Okay. We found a crutch in the tomb of King Tut. So it does appear that there were some instances where Egyptians helped handicapped children, and it depends on the handicap too. Okay. Deafness was one that's kind of hard to trace, but they had some limited sign language. Children that were lame, they would give crutches to. Or, in the case of the wealthy, they would be given a litter that they could be carried around in. There's actually an instance where one of the courtiers of the king had become crippled. But he was expected to that courtier was still expected to go out and inspect building sites. But he couldn't make it to the building sites anymore on his own, under his own locomotion. So the king built him an ebony litter to carry him around, so that this lame courtier could still work and still do the pharaoh's job of inspecting the work sites. So they did make accommodations for disability, which is really interesting to realize. There wasn't as many blind people back then in Egypt as there were in other parts of the Middle East because of the emmer wheat situation. Most of the blindness that happened in the ancient world was caused by vitamin A deficiency. So Egypt didn't have a big vitamin A deficiency problem because most people ate emmer. So blindness tended to be less common among Egyptians than it was, say, amongst Israelites. So it's going to, a lot of this is going to depend. Lameness is probably going to be the big handicap amongst Egyptians, those that happens. Sometimes this is a workplace accident. Sometimes this is a congenital thing. And the Egyptians did seem to make accommodations as such. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Answering LDS for $4.99. Mary Barker's theory was that Torah was polytheistic until it was changed by later scribes. Yeah, I wouldn't accept that. I don't think that would be... I think that the people were polytheistic. But I don't think Torah was polytheistic. So I think there's an issue I have there with that. So
God doesn't whack people who don't.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think Torah is polytheistic, and I think the evidence is thin that it was polytheistic. If she's confusing, say, stuff like the Council of Gods with that, then... Yeah, Bonbon. We literally have evidence of them destroying idols. Yeah, at Hatzor. Hatzor, they were destroying idols. That's late 13th century. Bonbon. So clearly whoever was enacting the religion ideology was not polytheistic. Agreed. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think that the Torah was itself polytheistic. I think the people were. I mean, the people were horribly polytheistic. But I don't see any evidence of it being changed by later scribes. I mean, that's just documentary hypothesis hogwash. Okay. Answer to LES 4499. She was also under speculation for jumping to the conclusions. Yeah, well, that's, again, not unheard of in academic scholarship. Yeah. Yeah, this is something that is common in academic scholarship. Okay, so that's the last of the super chats. Bon, the uneducated masses were likely polytheistic. Oh, no doubt. I mean, the Bible keeps hammering the people. Okay? You know, give up your idols, give up your idols, give up your idols. I know. I don't get why people think that the New Testament is basically saying that the people were monotheist. Because they weren't.
They were so-
Oh, they were supposed to be, but they were horrible ball worshippers.
When I was in Israel, see,
Yeah. Dossman for $2 says, thank you for the awesome stream. New book coming soon. We hope. We've got a couple of book projects in the works. Okay. We've taken a page from Michael Heiser, and we're working on a fiction series. And we're also, at this point, working on getting the... we should be very, very close to having our proposal for the Exodus Plagues book done. And I got to get that out very, very soon, like in the next week or so. So that the editor has a chance to look at it. So if he likes it, then we might have another project in hand here. So yeah, we're working on some books at the moment. The fictional series is pretty much done. Heiser did fiction? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Jack Ray asks, did Heiser did fiction? Oh yes, he did. One of the things I think is really interesting about Michael Heiser was he was a huge believer in engaging the culture. So I believe he did 2 fictional novels. I don't know who published them. He might have even self-published them. That's fine. They're just novels. But yeah, he believed in engaging the culture. He believed you should engage the culture through fiction. So he wrote a couple novels. I think that's fantastic. And we're trying to do something similar here, which is engage the culture through fiction. So, here, Emily Tedescu says The Facade, and I can't remember the other one. Guys, Octavius, I liked Heiser's fictional books. It's too bad he never completed the series. Yeah, it is. We've got 2 novels that are ready to go, and a 3rd one in the works. So, we are looking at, right now, we're looking at our options for publishing those novels. We are at this point wondering, or at least looking at our options, whether we go through a literary agent or if we self-publish. Either one has its pluses and minuses, okay? If we go through an agent, then it's going to take years to get out. It'll take at least 2 years to publish it. We'll have to do many editorial changes. It might not even be acceptable to say publishing right now. That's become very woke. The whole publishing industry, especially in science fiction, has become incredibly woke. So we don't even know if it's even going to be feasible possibility to publish under that environment. In which case, there's self-publishing, and self-publishing isn't what it was a decade ago. It's changed dramatically. So, we're at this point sort of weighing our options on this one. So we're praying about this and seeing what God opens up here and where he leads. Dossman says prayers will be sent. We appreciate that. Very much appreciate that. Dossman says, my mother had to do self-publishing. Oh, there's some places where, some ways that self-publishing is very viable. I mean, first of all, you get more money out of it. But it also has some disadvantages, too. Like, you don't get access to all the line editors and structural editors and all that. SDRC. Do people read non-woke? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it doesn't lack for readership. Absolutely. Orson Scott Card is probably one of the biggest names in science fiction. And he's not woke, and, you know, they've punished him badly for not being woke.
Orson Scott Card was huge.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's a big name. And they canceled him. They canceled him. Have you heard of Orthodox writer Nicholas Kotar? No, I haven't heard of him. He just started his own publishing company, Wood Between Worlds. Maybe it would be a good fit. Well, we can take a look. I think I'll make a note of that. So, well, you know, Dossman says, we were able to do small runs. Good thing that she is her own editor to an extent, but she's gifted in that way. Yeah, well, nowadays they do just-in-time publishing. So you don't even have to do a print run. That's been a huge benefit. And right now there's companies that will do publishing for very small amounts of money. Very small amounts of money. So, I mean, it's not even as costly as it once was. You know, it used to be like in the 1980s, you wanted to self-publish a book, it cost you $8,000. Today, you can do it for probably about $100. Ingram Spark. Ingram Spark will publish soft covers and hard covers and distribute them to Amazon, Kobo, Barnes and Noble. It has all the distribution aspects, but you know they will do it, and they do beautiful publishing work. The actual printing's really nice. I mean, it's not like those horrible old publishers, you know, self-published ones that look like it was recycled newspaper pulp 10 times over. So, when the pages were yellow when it first printed, yeah, awful stuff. But yeah, today's self-publishing isn't like yesteryear's. Dossman, oh yeah, it was bad back then. Yeah, it was bad. Yeah, the quality of self-publishing back then just sucked. Just sucked. Well, Delorez, who's another, say, conservative author in science fiction, he self-publishes his stuff after he was canceled, and he, in his first foray into self-publishing, he sold 30,000 copies. So, you know, 30,000, and he was making like $250 off of each copy. That's not bad. You know, that's not bad at all. So, so if you've got especially if you've got a good community who likes your writing, you know, and you can grow that community that likes your writing, you know, self-publishing can be totally viable. But it's not without its risks either, and it's a lot of work. Jack Ray says, I help with some book publishing. My name is in 3 books or so. Oh, cool. Very cool. But yeah, and having known some of the figures in science fiction, I can see where I went that way. So the science fiction world is kind of self-destructed because of this woke ideology. Hopefully it'll swing back, but right now it's in a kind of a mess.
When what's his name showed up?
Oh, when Orson Scott Card showed up at Dragon Con? Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't invited to Dragon Con. He just showed up. Oh yeah, it's
There was a 5-hour
yeah,
line
5-hour line to get
to meet him,
and get autographs.
and the other lines had like 4 or 5 people.
Yeah, it was apparently a a complete mess. So yeah, their other guests of honor had headlines of 4 or 5 people. He had lines of 4 or 5 hours. So that sort of tells you where the demand is. Where is the demand? What are people wanting out of their science fiction? They want a good story. They don't want to know about your politics. They don't care about your politics. They don't want to know about your politics. They want to know if you can deliver a good story.
If it's science fiction, make your politics futuristic.
SDRC 126 says, I remember reading about the SF mess on Slashdot in the 2000s. Yeah, it's only gotten worse. Yeah, it's only gotten worse. Well, right now, the Science Fiction Writers Association, or Science Fiction SFWA, the science fiction, they changed their names a couple of times. I think maybe now it's Science Fiction Writers of America. It's supposed to be the trade organization for science fiction writers. Right now, it's become the domain of the purple hair set. The people who are running for president right now haven't even been science fiction writers. Some of them are like fantasy writers, some of them are romance writers, but yeah, it's just gone into this woke cesspool. Dawson says, I honestly have not enjoyed anything sci-fi for a long time, sadly. You know, the quality has declined. The quality of science fiction books has declined a lot. Having read a lot of the recent stuff, it's not good. It's declined a lot, and some of it's just gotten terrible. I mean, it was just you see, I used to Bonbon. I was never into sci-fi in the first place. Yeah, but I was. I used to read a lot of science fiction. I read a lot of science fiction for when I was young. I used to have like thousands of science fiction books, from the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, and I ate this stuff up. I loved science fiction. Guys like Silverberg, C-Mac, Herbert, Poul Anderson, Frederick Pohl. These were the greats of science fiction, and they wrote well. It wasn't just that they were good storytellers. They weren't thrusting their politics down your throat. Now you wonder if these guys can even string a sentence together. Some of these guys can't. Dosman says it really has. Yeah, it's really gotten bad how the quality of it. Now, I have some inside info into some of these publishers too, like Tor. And I happen to know some of the people at Tor. And I'm not surprised it's come out that way. I knew the editor at Tor from my days in science fiction conventions. So I'm not surprised this has turned out like this at all. So, you know, so, uh, Torrental. Yeah. Um, I always preferred fantasy over sci-fi. Yeah, but fantasy's had the same problem. That fantasy's also sort of destructed. Um, just recently, just like in the last couple months, there was an editorial from a New York Times author. And the New York Times author, this is the New York Times. This is not a conservative publication. He said that it's impossible now for a white straight man to get published in fantasy. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong. I've read it, some of the agents. The agents have their wish lists out there. And they're basically saying, we only want to represent underrepresented authors. Okay, well, you're going to get a quality deficit when you do that. So, because the pool of underrepresented authors are going to be much smaller and much lower in quality than, say, those who are the best among the general population. It's just mathematics. So, yeah, DEI has rotted everything. And it's just as true in publishing. Just as true in publishing. So, that's... So, yeah, we're looking at we're keeping our options open as far as publication of our fiction projects, because the quality of the work is good. So if we can't get it published through traditional means, we'll go elsewhere, because there is that option now. Okay, so gonna take a couple non-super chats and then we'll call it a night here. What do we got for non-super chats? A lot of them, huh? Okay.
Back to that one.
Okay, I see it. All right, here we go. Deacon asked the question, did Daniel have magic dishes that he used in ritual in the book of Daniel? We're not sure. We know Joseph did. We know that Joseph did divination in basically a ritual dish. We do know those dishes did exist. We find an alabaster example of one of those dishes in the Tomb of King Tut. So, yes, this was a thing. It was a thing in ancient times. We just don't know if Daniel did it. Maybe he did. It's possible. It's plausible that it could have. It's plausible he could have, but we're not sure. Okay, next one. You want to take the Solomon Star one? All right, next one here. We'll take this one from Deacon. Why do people call the six-pointed star Solomon Star and/or the Star of David? The reason why was because it was a symbol that was associated with early Judaism. Now, it's not a symbol that goes far back into Judaism. The earliest example of this is the the Bar Kokhba revolt in the 130s, 130 AD. The Bar Kokhba revolt used the Star of David on some of the coinage, and that's our earliest example of this. So it seems to have been a symbol that sort of rose in popularity with medieval Judaism. And we don't know why they call it Solomon Star or the Star of David. But that six-pointed star doesn't seem to be early in early Jewish history, but in, say, classical Jewish history, as I said, starting with the Bar Kokhba debate and rebellion and onward. So it's just one of those symbols that sort of has become synonymous with Judaism, even though it doesn't seem to be part of ancient Israelite religion per se. So that's why it's just become associated with it. Okay, another one. Okay. Book of Daniel calls Daniel captain of the Babylonian Magi. Okay. So does this mean that he practiced magic? Not necessarily. Now, one of the things we have to understand about Babylonian magic is it's more akin to scholarship than magic. They did practice magic. Most of the Babylonians did. Babylonian magic, however, was narrower in some ways than others. Like, it did forbade certain practices, like necromancy. Necromancy was not permitted amongst Babylonian magicians. But they did do stuff such as reading entrails, divination, that sort of thing. So, divination was a common practice among the Babylonian Magi, but also they could also would reference these enormous texts that had that were basically sort of these divination field manuals. Okay, so for many of the Babylonian Magi, stuff such as dream interpretation, um, uh, reading entrails, that sort of thing was a codified, structured a thing. So they didn't make it up as they went along. They basically read the signs and then looked it up in a book. So just because say the Jack Ray, say magic words. K equals 1/2 MV square. Yeah, well. BC, reading entrails, humans are perfectly sane. Yeah, well. Um, but people did this. People did this. They would slaughter a goat, and they would read the lobes of the liver. Yeah. And they would try to determine the future from the shapes of the lobes of the liver. And you can find texts from ancient Babylon that did this sort of divination. Very common. Um, but yeah, talking to the dead, however, not permitted. Now it's coming down out there. We're getting a downpour outside. Oh, that's your fan? Oh, sounds like rain. Oh, okay. Well, at least we know the fan's working on that. Uh, Emily Tedeschi, messier than tea leaves. Yeah, well. Yeah, that it could get messy. Oh boy. Okay, I think we have time for one more question. Let's see, what was that? 818? That I don't know. 818. 933, okay. Let me get there. Still trying to get there. Still trying to get there. Okay, 933. Oh, this is the keys to the kingdom? Yeah, I'm not gonna take that one. I want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel 10 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so much, Jack, for your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. Okay, we'll end with that one. 734. All right, this will be the last question of the night. Oh, Jack Ray asked if we could take a bonbon question. Do we have a bonbon question?
You answered Beekman.
Ye
The option.
no, we didn't cover that, but posted 3 recently. Anything interesting though? All right, oh, Bonbon, you posted one twice. Don't do that, man. You know better. Yeah, the ethics one, you posted those twice, man. We can't reward that. Yeah, I don't care if you rephrased them.
I had him.
Yeah, you just disqualified yourself.
Yeah, couldn't delete the.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you delete them because I still see them. All right. We'll take that one on 7:30.
This bride more to go. We make one.
No, we don't make an exception for that. No, I don't want to get into people start spamming it. No, we're absolutely that's a dead set. That's an absolute rule. You double post a question, it gets disqualified. And that problem's creeping back. We're starting to get people to do that again. So we are definitely going to come down hard on that just because ask it next time. Ask it next time because we're not going to reward that. Because we had a problem with that tonight. Yeah, you post a question more than once and you will get disqualified. That's just okay. So we've got a question here from Deacon. And he asks, can you discuss ancient Christians and the Ophite Christians? Okay. Who are the Ophites? Okay. The Ophites began as a Gnostic sect of Judaism. Okay. We find references to the Ophites in the 2nd century BC. In fact, it's mentioned by Philo of Alexandria. Now, Bonbon, if you want to ask a different question, you can ask a different question, by the way, because you haven't disqualified the other question. But those 3 questions you posted twice, so we have to disqualify them. And rephrasing them doesn't help. Okay, so now the Ophites. Who are the Ophites? They're a Gnostic sect. They were originally a Gnostic sect of Jews, and then they later on became a Gnostic sect of Christians. Now, what did they believe? Ophites comes from the word meaning snake. Okay? They believed that the serpent of the garden, the one that caused Adam and Eve to fall, was actually giving Adam and Eve the secret knowledge of salvation. Okay? And that the serpent of the garden actually tipped Eve off by saying to her, look, you eat this fruit, You get the knowledge of salvation. So they took that idea of eating the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil to mean that this was the knowledge of salvation. And because in Gnostic thought, knowledge saves you, most Gnostic sects have to incorporate salvific knowledge somewhere into their creation narrative. So the Ophites were distinct in this belief that yeah, that's some twisted stuff. Yeah, oh, well, yeah, they were. Guys, Octavius, Gnostics are a different kind of stupid. Well, yeah, they are. That's hard to deny. It's some it's ego. It's just yeah, it's a Gnosticism is an elitist religion. It's an elitist religion. It's a small circle elitist religion. And only a few people are in the inner circle of knowledge. So it's not an evangelical religion. Gnosticism has an us versus them religion. We have the secret knowledge. We're going to protect that secret knowledge from everyone else on the outside. Yeah. So, but in the case of the Ophites believe that the serpent in the garden gave mankind the salvific knowledge. So, rather than blaming the serpent for basically causing mankind suffering and grief, they sort of elevate the serpent. Okay? Gaius Octavius. The fan fiction they make is wild. I give them that at least. Yeah. Yeah. But it was one of the there were three main sects of Gnostic Jews prior to the Common Era. You had the Sethites, the Ophites, and the Cainites. Okay? And all three of them are going to have basically the same fundamental twist, which is they get the sacred knowledge somewhere near the point of creation. In the Sethites, it's from Eve's son Seth. From the Cainites, it's going to be from Eve's son Cain. And in the case of the Ophites, it's going to be from the serpent in the garden. So all of them are going to be tied to that first family of where they got the salvific knowledge from. So Jack Ray says, it's as if there was a religion from 630 AD that stole a lot of that backwards reasoning. Maybe. So then that sort of covers the Ophites, and we don't know much more about them than that. We don't have any of their writings. All we have is these oblique references from the early church fathers and from Philo of Alexandria. So we don't know a lot about the Ophites, but we do know that was their basic theology. Serpent in the garden gave them the knowledge, tip them off, say, hey, that tree, eat that tree, and you'll have the knowledge of salvation. And from then on, salvific knowledge was passed down from parent to child up until the Gnostics. Okay? So, now, the relationship to ancient Christians and the Gnostics was one of sort of, how do I say this? Each of those religions had its sort of elite followers. Christians had their elite followers, and so did the Gnostics. Where sort of the tension came in between the groups was in that sort of middle ground between the two groups. Ancient Christians were trying to spread the message of Christianity far and wide, while the Gnostics were trying to gather in new elite followers for themselves. The problem was when Gnostic writings sort of entered into the general population, there was a lot of, say, young, inexperienced Christians who were confused by the Gnostic documents that went into circulation. And that's where sort of the tension occurred between the two groups. So so that's where you sort of had the sort of the fighting between, say, ancient Christians and the ancient Gnostics was over that. Well, what's a Christian gospel? What's a Christian writing? So, um, Dossman asks, did they get a lot of money? If so, I feel like a certain celebrity religion is Gnostic. I don't know what you're talking about with as far as celebrity religion, but you know, uh, yeah, that could cover so many people. Um, they were sort of their own in-group elite following. So, oh, Scientology, yeah, that's its own thing. Um, there is some similarities between Scientology and Gnostic religion, but Scientology also has a lot in common with UFO cults too. So it's a weird one. This one is a weird one. Okay, so I think that's going to cover it for the night. We've just a little after midnight here, so that's a good time to wrap it up. I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. I want to thank everyone who gave us super chats. We do depend on that for our living, so we appreciate that. That puts food directly on our table, and that helps us continue to do this full time and bring more materials to you. So, want to thank. No, it's not, huh? Addison, you getting cheeky. Dossman, well, thank you. Thanks for the stream. My pleasure. Okay, and I also want to thank, too, our Patreon and YouTube subscribers who support this channel. You guys keep our equipment repaired, so we have to thank you directly for helping us keep our firewall up. We so appreciate that. We also want to thank our regular subscribers and our viewers who like and subscribe to our channel. Also to share the URLs of our videos to other social media platforms. You guys get the message out there. With that said, thank you very much for watching. We'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.